So yeah.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the first. Can you hear me? It's supposed to be on. Let's go just a little closer. Okay. Good afternoon, and welcome to the first public hearing of the Freedom Plaza Community Advisory Committee. We're going to start off this afternoon with a presentation by the Freedom Plaza team. After that, there will be question and answers by the CAC with the Freedom Plaza team, and then we will start the public hearing. So during this portion, there will be only an interaction between our group and the applicant. Thank you.
Shall we? Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to the CAC members and to the coordinator from the State Gaming Commission for helping with the logistics. My name is Michael Hirschman. I'm the CEO of the Soloviev Group. I apologize to all of you for not bringing to the table Hollywood celebrities to support our project, but that's not us. We're just neighborhood folks. The Soloviev family has lived in the neighborhood on the east side for, there's three generations actually of the family that's lived there. And the origin of the family is Eastern Europe, came to the States 60 some odd years ago. And it's kind of the American dream, the story of the family coming from Europe with nothing and building a real estate development company here in New York. But we're not just about real estate development. We own agricultural and ranching properties. In fact, Stefan Soloviev, the chairman of our company, at this moment is on a tractor in Kansas getting ready for harvesting corn. He's a farmer at heart. Uh, yes, he is wealthy, but he's not like most of the wealthy people we see on TV or read about in novels. He drives a Chevy. He doesn't know the meaning of the word chauffeur, flies commercial, and is most comfortable getting his boots muddy out west. But he does send his regards today, and is hoping he can be here for the next hearing. Um, we are not only a company, but we also are a foundation. And many of you may know that we have for years now been contributing to local causes in the community, whether it's Henry Street or Jacob Rees, the Hope Program, St. Martin's Park, Beretta Bay. We believe strongly in giving back to the community. We're not Las Vegas. As I said, we're not Hollywood. Because we have children and grandchildren that live in the neighborhood, we want what's best for the neighborhood as well. And I'm happy today to be here with some of our colleagues who are going to present on issues that are, I know, of importance to you, whether it be housing or traffic. Sitting next to me on my left is Ray Penault, the president of Mohegan. Our partners, also very community minded, and also humble. Ray took a train here today from Connecticut and walked from Grand Central Station. He doesn't need a chauffeur, uh, nor does he need a private plane. So I'm going to turn it over to Ray to talk a little bit about the Mohegan family.
Thank you, Michael. And I also want to thank the Community Advisory Committee for giving us this time. And good afternoon to everybody. My name is Ray Pino. As Michael said, I'm the president and CEO of Mohegan. It's my pleasure to be here speaking to you today and presenting to the CAC board. Uh, sure, I can. Sorry about that. Is that better? So, want to give you a little, background on Mohegan, and Michael and I have had many conversations about this. One of the things that I think drew us together as a partnership is being family-owned businesses. And why do I mention that? I mention that because our teams are our family, and we care about our teams, and our teams live, work, and entertain themselves in these communities. And we care deeply about the community. We're not a corporate board that's worried about our next earnings call. We're worried what's best for the organization for 13 generations to come, what's in the best interest of our membership, and what's the best interest of our team members. And when we're thinking about making decisions, and we're thinking about, and I think you'll see that in this design. And when we talk about, some of the important topics, these are things that are important to us, and we take them into account. One thing that's an interesting fact you may not know about Mohegan, we actually originated from New York. We migrated down centuries ago to southeastern Connecticut, and we've been doing business in the Northeast for almost 30 years now, 3 decades. Our 30th anniversary will be next October. So we know this region. We know what it's like to interact in this region. We're not carpetbaggers coming in. We've been here for generations and for decades, and we intend to stay here, regardless of the outcome. And we look forward to the opportunity to be here. One thing that's really important to us is our culture. When we talk about how we treat our guests, how we treat our team members, and how we treat each other, we talk about mutual respect. We talk about cooperation. We talk about building relationships. These aren't, poster board words that we put up on some back house that people walk by and see. These are things that we expect our leaders to live by. These are things that we expect our team to live by. And that's how we make ourselves and differentiate ourselves from all our other competitors out there. And obviously there's large competitors, but we know we can differentiate ourselves by the culture. We don't script anything. We want people to be natural, but we want people to work together to build relationships. And I invite each and everyone out here in the audience and the CAC to come down to Mohegan and challenge what I say, because I truly believe in it. I preach it every day. I talk it to our team. I talk it to our leaders. If it doesn't come from the top, it doesn't exist. So I believe in it. I preach it to our team every day, and I make sure that that's at the forefront of everything we do each and every day. We're very community minded, as Michael says. They are. We give back to the community. We make sure we reinvest in the community. For the most, everything that's at Mohegan Sun, we built, whether it's bridges, overpasses, lights. Anytime that we use services from outside, we pay for those services. We actually are self-contained for the most part, with police and fire and EMS on our property unto itself. So we're self-contained, but we're also involved in everything that happens in Montville. And you'll hear from some of the community leaders later today that we work with that talk to the testament of the spirit of Mohegan and what we do and how we think about the community and being the fabric of the community. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you very much. The history of the site goes back quite some time. If you look up on left, by the way, that's not the new rendering of what we're proposing on the left. That's the old Con Ed facility. We bought this site some 20 some odd years ago, obviously tore down and remediated and went through a very lengthy zoning process. The site is on First Avenue between 38th and 41st Street. It consists of about 6.7 acres undeveloped, which makes it probably the largest piece of undeveloped property in Manhattan. We took a step back after receiving our zoning some years ago. We did build on part of the site. It's a building called 685 First Avenue, but the rest of the site has been left primarily undeveloped, except for a few of our art exhibits that you may have seen recently. One was Field of Lights, and now Path to Liberty. And by the way, these exhibits over the course of the last year and a half attracted over 80,000 people. These are exhibits that were funded by our foundation. And let me just say that 80,000 people visited. There was no traffic issues nor any crime issues. What we're proposing is about a 2.8 million square feet integrated resort. The casino itself is less than 10% of that. It's unobtrusive, it's underground. You won't even be able to see it from First Avenue, but it's going to provide a lot of amenities to the community that we wouldn't have been able to provide if we proceeded with the prior zoning, including a 5-acre park. We'll talk more about that. We'll talk more about daycare facilities. We'll talk more about affordable housing. And I'll pass now on to uh, who's next? Oh, I'm next. So, so I can talk a little bit about housing. So we intend on building 2 residential towers, about 1,039 units, 513, almost 50% of those will be affordable housing. Uh, in terms of job creation, with the construction jobs, we expect to create more than 17,000 union jobs, good paying jobs. After construction is complete, we'll have 8,000 full-time employees, again, all union jobs. There'll be significant open public space. And when I say public space, we will own the park, we will maintain the park, but the community will run the park. We will set up a community advisory board so that you all in the community can decide what sort of events you want to hold on the park and also what sort of design you would like to see on the park, from children's playgrounds to sports fields or whatever events you would like. We also are going to have sizable investments into the community. We're dedicated to providing the community 2% of our net profits, probably to the tune of about $250 million over the next 20 years. But we'll start with that community investment fund, which will be run by a community 501c without any strings attached. We're going to start contributing to that the day we get the license, $5 million a year until the facility is built, and then 2% of the net profits. We also, as you may have heard, are setting aside in a preferred fashion equity for community members being residents of New York City, as well as New York City pension funds. Nelson?
Thank you, Michael. My name is Nelson Parker. I'm Chief Strategy Officer for Mohegan. Pleasure to be here today presenting before you. So I think Michael mentioned a lot of our attributes for this project. I just wanted to summarize very quickly. I think probably many of you know this is represents over $11 billion investment in one single phase of development. This is the largest bid, if you will, for all the applicants for a downstate gaming license. It will result in literally billions of dollars a year, I think over $3 billion a year in economic benefits to the state, to the city, to the local area, through jobs, through taxes, through many other things. In terms of the architecture and design, we work with Bjarke Ingels Group, exceptional architect. We've tried to, create a design that's world class. And this is intended to really compete on a global stage with the very best resorts across the world. This is also going to be very sustainable and very resilient. We're very aware of the river and other elements of the sites. We've tried to take that into consideration. This will be LEED Gold with a goal of being LEED Platinum. So if we're able to achieve that, this will be actually one of the most sustainable resorts of its nature in the United States and throughout the world. Michael mentioned the 5-acre park. Just to put that in perspective, that's very similar in size to Bryant Park. Be very well maintained, landscape, secure, lit, privately funded. We'll do all of that. It's also going to be activated year-round, seasonally, very much like Bryant Park. And I think Michael mentioned we're looking to establish a board that will oversee those activities in coordination with the local community. Housing, of course, is important. We're going to speak to that in more length. We have 1,049 housing units that we're developing on sites. It's very much mixed use development. Of those, almost 50% will be permanently affordable housing, 513. Other community elements that we've incorporated into design as well. So over the last 2.5 years, we've had literally hundreds of meetings with different people throughout the community, and we've tried to listen. And so we've looked to incorporate various elements like a local grocery store, daycare, which would be on site for employees in the local community, medical offices. We're also looking to have a substation with the NYPD on site, a lot of retail and other elements that would be facing the community in and around the residential area as well. Um, Museum, arts, culture, many other aspects of the park itself is very important. We have a museum that's designed for freedom and democracy that's supposed to carry the theme of, the UN and being our next door neighbor. But this will also be dual space as a community center as well. The new dining district that we're bringing with the resort. So we're looking at 30 food and beverage venues of all price points. We've had resounding interest from people all over the world with new to market concepts, and then talking to a lot of the really great restaurateurs here locally as well that we're looking to incorporate. As Michael mentioned, of course, jobs. So a project like this will sustain about 40,000 jobs throughout the economy. 17,000 of which will be direct. That's through construction and then directly through operations. These are 100% union jobs, well paid. Then the community reinvestment fund that Michael had mentioned, and then the equity ownership option there that we want to make, you New Yorkers, pension funds, a real partner, a real truly aligned in terms of our interests. Just to reorient you real quick, in terms of the site. So this is 2 full acres, as Michael had mentioned, bookend between 38th and 41st, the FDR and First Avenue. You have the residential buildings at the far south side of the site along 38th and First Avenue. You have the 2 luxury hotels on the opposite side of the site at First Avenue and 41st. You have the circular structure there in the center, which is obviously the museum there as well. The big park, which you would access along First Avenue. I'll speak to more of that in a minute, but there's no curb cuts along First Avenue, so this is purely pedestrian. So you would access it, you would actually ascend up into the park, and there'd be incredible views over the FDR along the East River, and many other green rooms and zones that we've programmed for activation throughout the course of the year. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Jamie Smar, CEO of NYC Housing Partnership. Thank you. I'll do that for you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to test my audio. Can you hear me? All right. Well, again, I'm Jamie Smar. I'm the CEO of the New York City Housing Partnership. I've had this position since about 2022. For those of you who do not know, Mayor Ed Koch created the New York City Housing Partnership in 1983, after more than 100,000 buildings in New York City went abandoned. The Housing Partnership was created to help fuel the recovery of housing and of New York City neighborhoods, specifically by creating middle-class housing opportunities in all 5 boroughs. I have a 30-year track record of community development in New York City, and I'm very familiar with the city's various housing programs, including the inclusionary housing program, which we'll talk about today, because when I worked at HPD from 1997 until 2002, I ran the inclusionary housing program. I also want to let you know that I'm intimately familiar with the east side of Manhattan. For the parents here today, know that I built East Side Middle School. When East Side Middle School opened in 2011 as a brand new facility, it was the first new school facility that had been built on the east side of Manhattan in more than 5 decades. But I did not stop there. I built the brand new PS 59. I built the brand new High School for Art and Design. I also built PS 267, which used to be an abandoned building that was connected to the Manhattan Ear, Eye, and Throat Hospital. And we transformed that former nurses' residence into a thriving public school that it is today. So I just tell you those things to know that I'm intimately familiar with issues of development on the East Side. And I've actually joined this team. The New York City Housing Partnership has joined this team because this is the only proposal that has a truly comprehensive inclusionary housing project that's connected to it. And it's actually the most comprehensive inclusionary housing plan that I have ever seen in my 30 years of public service. This project, Freedom Plaza, comes at a critical time in the history of our city. We have a crisis of housing supply in New York City that is literally driving rents through the roof. Literally. In the 60-year history of the city's housing vacancy survey, New Yorkers now have as close to 0% chance of finding an affordable housing opportunity as ever. I came to New York City in 1994 out of college to begin my adult life. Imagine some of your children starting out their lives now and having a 0% chance of finding a safe, affordable place to live. And let's specifically address Council District 4. Council District 4, where we sit right now, has one of the lowest rates of affordable housing production across New York City. It is literally in the bottom third of 51 council-managed districts for producing affordable housing. Some of you may not know that we are about to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the city's mandatory inclusionary housing program. It was created in 2016. Since that time, Community Board 6 has produced 0 units of inclusionary housing. In a decade, it has produced 0 units of inclusionary housing. So I'm here today because we have this tremendous opportunity in the form of Freedom Plaza. So we have 2 residential towers that contain both rental and home ownership opportunities to purchase at an affordable purchase price. 513 safe, modern, and permanently affordable rental homeownership units that will directly address the city's housing production crisis. Now, I understand that there are probably 8 gaming proposals right now that are under various stages of consideration. And what truly astonishes me is Freedom Plaza is the only one with a significant amount of housing. How incredulous is that? In a city where we have a verified housing crisis, this is the only proposal that is directly addressing it. I understand out of 8 gaming proposals. I think I heard of another one that was promising to do housing offsite, maybe another one that was going to do promising to do housing over the next 20 years. We do not need more housing over the next 20 years. We need housing right now. We need housing right now. So just to continue, I wanted to address some more of the specifics of the residential towers. Actually, before we go to that, we're going to talk about the overall urban planning of the site, and then we're going to delve back into the specifics of the inclusionary housing.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Just sorry, really quick. I just wanted to at least set the stage in terms of how we thought about the design of the residential in context with the resort gaming facility. We get a lot of questions about what's it like to, or what will it be like to live in a residential area like this amidst a resort. And so I just wanted to, I guess, express a few different things, some of which are, we've been very methodical and mindful in terms of where we position certain elements of the project, including, as I'd mentioned, keeping the residential components as close to the residential area that exists today along First Avenue and 38th. We've been very mindful about First Avenue experience in terms of accessing the park, all the various community-facing elements that are clustered in and around the residential area as well. There's no direct access from the residential into the gaming facility. You actually have to go around to the FDR, which will be the only direct access into the gaming facility. It actually sits underneath the park itself. So as you're walking down First Avenue, you're seeing a beautiful park, you're seeing the residential elements of the project, and then these beautiful hotels, of which are also situated at the opposite end of the residential to shield away from the residences, with a access along 41st Street from a vehicular perspective, and then all other vehicles coming in along 41st Street to the gaming facility. So I just wanted to give you some sense that we've thought through this the best we can in terms of how this would fit into the residential community, and we're very mindful about where things sit. So with that, I'm sorry, I'll give this back to Jamie.
So you can leave it there for now. So I wanted to, since we're now talking about the overall project, let me fix this real quick. I really wanted to highlight some of the things that go and feed to the inclusionary element of the plan. We talked a little bit about the park, which is critical. We talked about the fact that the park is going to be secured on a 24/7, 365 basis. That means we have a real 4.5 acre park that you can use every day of the year. Now, I've been a part of a lot of development proposals and I've seen a lot. And very often the general public is told that you're going to get a great amenity in exchange for a tall building. And when the tall building's built, you go and find that that amenity is a concrete, windswept plaza that you cannot use and you would certainly not let your children use for most of the year. So Freedom Plaza is not going to be one of those projects. We have a commitment to have a fully secured park that you can use on a 24/7, 365 basis. We haven't talked about the fresh grocery that's going to be a part of this project on the ground floor. I've pushed very hard for the daycare and the pre-K because there must be, for this to be a fully functional community, there has to be a pre-K on site with a daycare where parents can bring their children downstairs and have them go to school. Finally, we have not talked about the iconic community facility, which is going to be a new museum of freedom and democracy that's going to celebrate New York's historic and important commitment to immigrants and to immigration and freedom. So uh, all residents, regardless of income level, will have access to every project amenity. I can't say that again because I can't stress that the importance of that enough. Again, this is the most comprehensive implementation of inclusionary housing that I've seen in my 30-year community development career. I really think that this project fulfills both the spirit and the letter of the city's inclusionary zoning program. So I just wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about some of those amenities that everyone is going to have access to. Um, go right ahead. So here's the entrance on 38th Street next. Residential lobby next. Some of these amazing apartment interiors. Every apartment will have the same interiors. Shared gym in the fitness room. Shared community space. The fresh grocery that will be on the ground floor at First Avenue. Community-wide dining hub. Now, for the next two slides, I really wanted to highlight that this is a large breezeway that sits between the two residential towers. This slide and the next slide, they really show the connection between the children's play area, the daycare, and the pre-K, and their overall connection to grocery, restaurant, and retail. Again, to my parents in the audience, again, I told you I started out my career building schools. This entire area is stroller ready. We know how difficult it is to navigate spaces with strollers, particularly New York City trying to raise children with subway stairs and horribly maintained sidewalks. But this again, this is going to be an incredible connection between the daycare, the children's play area, the residential, and the shops. Keep going. Again, a view of the central lawn and the food path. Again, here's the overall connection with the children's playground between the residential towers. It's amazing. All right, so I just
Want to just wrap up this?
We'll wrap it up. Okay. Thank
yeah,
you.
so this is the end of my presentation, and I'm sure it's the part you're most interested in. Um, so again, focusing on the fact that our goal is to provide housing for all New Yorkers. We have housing options here for retail workers all the way up to New York City school teachers. It really used to astonish me when I built some previous housing projects that school teachers would not be able to qualify to live in them because they were told they made too much money. And I didn't know any school teachers that thought they made too much money. But that will not be the case with Freedom Plaza. So we have housing options from retail workers all the way up to school teachers and nurses and union trades. We are truly housing all New York families. Final slide. So we will leave it here. You could see that this conforms with the city's inclusionary housing program. And here's the current projected rents for 2025. And again, I want to stress we have housing options for all New Yorkers up to and including affordable home ownership. I came here today to talk about housing for New Yorkers, and I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. My name is Sandy McKee, and I serve as the chair of the committee. By law, the committee consists of members appointed by specific elected officials who represent the proposed project site. The committee members joining me today include Celeste Royo, appointed by Borough President Levine. Jasmine Narula, appointed by Councilmember Powers. Rashma Patel, appointed by Assemblymember Epstein. Nichols Silversack, appointed by Governor Hochul. Jennifer Santa Ynez, appointed by Mayor Adams. We now have a few questions we'd like to ask. And I know that you have, I believe, a 7-minute video that you'd like to present. Would you
We-
like to do that before questions or after?
It's up to you. So we actually had another section as well to address traffic, but we can skip that if you'd like us to show the videos. We're happy to do so.
I leave it up to you which you would prefer to do.
Well, how much time do we have?
I'd say
Wait.
7 minutes.
I think we should jump to the videos then, please. So just to give some context, the videos are from two of the mayors in abutting communities to our facility up in Mohegan Sun. So obviously we want to be good partners. We wanted you to hear it directly from them, what it's like to partner with us, for us to be in their community, the types of things and how we interact. So we thought this might be helpful. I don't believe so. Sorry? Okay. So please roll it. Thank you.
My name is Lenny Bunnell, and I'm the mayor of Montville, Connecticut.
May not be voice either.
I'm speaking to you today to express my strong confidence in the Mohegan tribe, the way they govern their businesses, and their longstanding dedication to working cooperatively with their partners. The Mohegan tribe is a sovereign nation within the town of Montville. In my time as mayor, and before that as a town councilor and a longtime police officer, I have seen firsthand their commitment to being a responsible neighbor and a reliable governing partner. This is true of our work with them as fellow governments and in our town's interactions with tribal-owned businesses. I've had the opportunity to work closely with the leadership of their flagship property, Mohegan Sun, located on the Mohegan Reservation and bordering Montville. While some may associate casinos with the bright lights and commotion of Las Vegas, Mohegan Sun has always been a responsible neighbor in both day-to-day operations and the long-term developments, mindful of the quality of life of our residents. It is a place where the community can gather, and in every instance, they have been proactive, responsive, and committed to solutions that benefit both their businesses and of our town. I hear from their employees, my constituents, they enjoy their work there. They are welcomed into their special work culture. What more could you want from a place of work? It's not a place which runs people into the ground. It's a place that treats colleagues like family. The tribe understands how to work hand in hand with our local government to address challenges, improve quality of life, and strengthen our community. Most recently, the tribe and town took a major step in modernizing a compact between our two governments, which enhances local services, infrastructure, and community spaces for Montville residents. Even in key negotiations, the Mohegan tribe demonstrates a spirit of cooperation and prioritizes continued investment through direct support for our local programs and services. Beyond their formal obligations, the tribe's contributions extend well past their reservation boundaries. When the community raised concerns about traffic flow around Mohegan Sun, the tribe invested $35 million to build an access road that avoided disrupting residential areas. When Montville needed to modernize our wastewater treatment plant to safeguard clean drinking water for the region, they made an $11 million investment to make it happen. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Mohegan tribe hosted large-scale vaccination clinics at Mohegan Sun and continues to invest in community health care with the opening of the Yale New Haven Health Medical Center. When our local VFW needed improvements, they contributed $20,000 towards critical infrastructure upgrades to ensure our veterans had a place worthy of their service. And just this spring, they opened their doors to our firefighters, hosting them at a Dropkick Murphy concert to honor our public servants, using their property to help our community and our essential frontline emergency workers. Not to mention the assistance given to youth programs and senior social services. Regardless of the need, the Mohegan Tribe draws on deep expertise to address community concerns with thoughtful, effective solutions. They are always willing and prepared to make the investments necessary to support the broader region they operate in, a commitment rooted in their tribal governing philosophy that guides every aspect of their corporate practice. Equally important is their ongoing commitment to public safety. The Mohegan Tribe provides essential fire, EMS, and hazmat services not only for their property, but for the entire town, responding to thousands of calls each year, and often being the first on the scene. This is the hallmark of the Mohegan approach. They recognize the impact of their operations and take deliberate steps to ensure those impacts benefit the community. They work collaboratively, anticipate needs, and follow through. These traits have made them an indispensable partner to Montville and a trusted operator capable of delivering results anywhere. I have no doubt that they would bring the same spirit of partnership, investment, and responsibility to New York. Thank you.
Consistently looking for ways to give back and support the broader community, whether through charitable contributions, volunteer efforts, or supporting youth and family services. The Mohegan Tribe consistently leads with a spirit of collaboration and goodwill. I've seen firsthand how seriously they take their role as a regional partner, always striving to do what's right for the people who live and work here. One of the things I value most is how seamlessly the Mohegan Tribe works with the City of Norwich. Whether it's coordinating public safety operations, supporting community events, or assisting during emergencies, they're always just one phone call away. Their responsiveness has made them a trusted partner in addressing both immediate needs and long-term priorities. Their willingness to collaborate goes beyond formal partnerships, as it's part of how they operate every day. From sharing resources and expertise to offering a helping hand without being asked, the Mohegan Tribe has shown time and again they understand the importance of working together for the good of our residents. That kind of reliability builds confidence, strengthens relationships, and makes our entire region stronger. Their engagement is proactive, thoughtful, and focused on long-term impact. I believe their proposal for Freedom Plaza reflects the same approach, grounded in responsibility, respect for place, and a deep understanding of how to create shared value. I fully support the Mohegan Tribe's vision and know they will bring their strengths to this new chapter. Thank you so much for allowing me to share my thoughts on this important matter of Freedom Plaza. Thank you.
Just thank you. I would like to note that the CAC has already asked a series of questions to the applicant, and they have answered, and that will be available on the gaming website. There were a few follow-up questions that we had regarding the housing. So we'll start the public hearing at 4:55.
Thank you for your presentation. We had a question on what you mean by MIH plus. in the housing, and we are wondering what kind of guarantees you give for the housing, because there are affordable housing projects that have happened in New York City where the projects done a long time ago still don't have the full amount of affordable units built. And would you consider 100% affordable?
So, so I'll take half of that and I'll hand the rest over to Jamie. In terms of the guarantees, so we have taken measures to uh, essentially put into place a restrictive declaration on the site itself, so that it's contingent upon obviously winning a gaming license. But once the gaming license is won, then it will guarantee the 513 affordable housing units. So that's in place.
So our baseline and fundamental commitment is to deliver a project that's approximately 50% affordable. We want to recall that in the 2008 zoning approval, that was 100% market rate condos. So we have gone from 100% market rate condos to a 50% affordable project. And that 50% component fully meets the mandatory inclusionary zoning, and we've added an additional component, MIH Plus, that will actually expand housing opportunities for everyone.
In your chart with the unit mix, there's studios, 1s and 2 bedrooms. Is there any possibility for the inclusion of 3-bedroom units?
We're certainly happy to consider that, and happy to come back at our next meeting and talk about that.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, then we'll move on to the hearing. The CAC overview. The committee is statutorily charged with reviewing the Freedom Plaza application. To achieve this, each member of the committee has been reviewing the application, and today we are receiving public comments regarding the Freedom Plaza project. The Gaming Facility Location Board established September 30, 2025 as the date by which a vote must be conducted as to whether the project should be advanced to the Gaming Facility Location Board. The committee would like to extend our thanks to Scandinavia House for hosting this hearing and for their hospitality. Shop on the way in and on the way out. Hearing rules. Before we begin, we do have ground rules. This hearing is an opportunity for members of the community to offer comments on Freedom Plaza and not a venue for the public to ask questions of either the committee members or the applicant. Individuals wishing to speak must sign up at the table outside the room. We are signing speakers up on a first-come basis, first-served basis, and calling speakers to the mic in chronological order. Your speaker number is your place in line. When it is your turn to speak, please state your speaker number, name, and zip code. Please use jazz hands, no clapping. We want to hear from as many people as possible. If you're not present when your speaker number is called, you will forfeit your turn. We will make note of speaker numbers that are missed and allow them to speak at the end if time permits. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Please be considerate of everyone's time and abide by this limit. The countdown timer is visible, so each speaker is aware of how much time they have remaining. Attendance and the number of speakers will be capped when the room is at capacity. There is space to queue outside the room. If the room is at capacity, we ask that you please exit after you have spoken to allow more people to enter. Please be respectful of the venue, the organizing team, and noise level, as this is a shared building space. Today's hearing is being live streamed, recorded, and will be posted online soon after the event concludes. In addition to presenting comment today, there are additional ways to provide comment. Today's hearing is the first of 2. A public hearing will take place on Tuesday, September 15th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. here at the Scandinavia House. The committee will also receive comments by email at freedomplazapubliccomments@nystec.com, by mail at Freedom Plaza Community Advisory Committee, care of NYSTEC, 450 Broadway, 3rd floor, Albany, New York, 12207. All comments spoken, emailed, and written will be documented and given equal review and weight by committee members. While there's no deadline for submitting comments, please note that the committee must complete its work by September 30th, 2025. Those wishing to submit comments are advised to do so as quickly as possible. Finally, attendees must remain respectful and courteous. Disruptions will not be tolerated. Anyone using offensive, threatening, or obscene language or behavior may be asked to leave at the discretion of any committee member. Public comments. All right, with that, the committee looks forward to your important participation and your comments as part of this process. Speakers, please remember to state your speaker number, name, and zip code.
Thank you, Sandy. I'd like to reiterate what Sandy said. Please abide by the 2-minute speaking time limit. I think we can all hear that there's a lot of interest for people to be heard. We ask that once you've spoken, if you could please exit the room so we can allow people to enter and take your space. And again, please remain respectful. The acoustics in this room allow for a lot of things to be heard. So we ask that please silence your cell phones and stop the murmuring and the commenting so everyone can be heard. And with that, I'd like to call speaker numbers 1 to 5 to the mic, which is right in the middle of the stage. Yep, we're all set.
Hi. Hello. Hi, my name is Bo Deedle. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I was a New York City detective, a homicide detective in the 70s and 80s when I had to retire from the police department. I opened up a private security firm, and we've been doing private security for the last 40 years. I also was appointed by 2 governors for the New York State Security Advisory for the security guards, putting all the legislation together for security guards. In the last 40 years, again, we've handled every type of event, any kind of security. I've been involved with the Freedom Project over here from the beginning. We have security there now for all the different events. And personally, I believe in this project as far as the security goes. I have an interest also. I live on the east side here. My daughter, my grandson, I'm very, very, very responsible for the security and safety of people around me. And this project, I'm very happy that I brought in, and all I can guarantee you that we will run the most safe security you could have. I had meetings already with the First Deputy Mayor Kaz Daughtry, and the mayor about opening up a satellite precinct. If in fact we get this casino, instead of going to the 17th precinct on 52nd Street and Lexington Avenue, we'll have a satellite precinct right here. All I'm concerned about is that this project has the best security around it. Again, this is something that my life has been given up about. I believe New York City, the most important thing, everybody in this city, everybody talks about everything, but security to me is the most important thing for my grandchildren, my children, and you, and the community residents around this project. And you see what this project is. It's one of the greatest projects that I've seen, and I'm happy to be involved. I will guarantee you one thing. I will give my 40 years of experience plus my 15 years on the police department to make sure this is the most secure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please refrain from clapping. It only extends our time. Thank you.
Number 2, Daryl Perry, 10001. I have some notes here. I'm Daryl Perry, and I live at Herald Towers on 34th and Broadway, so I don't live in the heart of the neighborhood that Freedom Plaza is planned for. However, I'm here in support of Freedom Tower. I support it because it'll be a welcome and appropriate addition to the city's landscape with its innovative architectural design, the family-friendly public areas, and the museum. The upscale food and gaming options would be a fantastic destination for locals and domestic and international visitors. Far too many New Yorkers are resistant to change and fearful of forces that seem beyond their control. and changes to the environment and the landscape. Living in the heart of New York for the past 34 years, I've learned to embrace change and adapt and seek opportunity within it. I look forward to the Freedom Plaza and its development of a now, in my view, underdeveloped area. Thank you.
And please hold your applause. Thank you.
Michael Grunner, 11365. I'm here as a proud local 3. I'm here as a proud local 3 IBEW member to support to voice my support for the Freedom Plaza project. Through construction and permanent roles on the property, this project creates 17,000 high-paying quality union jobs. Such jobs are crucial to strengthen the dwindling middle class of New York City. They also provide workers and their family members access to things like healthcare, dental plans, and vision plans, and provide parents the ability to afford things like college tuition and other enriching activities such as dance, music, sports, and more for their children. The Freedom Plaza project plans to deliver over 1,000 new residential units, with over 500 of these units being permanent affordable housing units, aiding in the relief of our city's major housing crisis. Not only does this project give housing to the city, but it opens up public access to 5 acres of waterfront park space. This public open space includes amenities such as playgrounds, dog parks, and comfort stations, along with a museum and outdoor amphitheater and indoor and outdoor dining. On top of all the great attractions and amenities this project gives to the city, it's also giving a 2% gaming profit community reinvestment program. Um, this new source of investment into the community is going to be used for things like youth programs, the arts, workforce development, housing, and other local priorities. Uh, this Freedom Plaza project is a win for the working men and women and a win for New York City. Thank you for your time, and please vote in support.
Good afternoon. Stephen Fraser. I live in 11743. I'm also a local 3 electrician. I've lived in the New York metropolitan area my whole life. I've worked in this beautiful city for the last 30 years. I've worked in Kips Bay for the past 5. I'm here in support of the Freedom Plaza project, starting with, I mentioned I'm a union worker, livable wage, responsible livable wage jobs, right? So 17,000 off the bat to build, 8,000 permanent to last. As far as the project specific goes, responsible building, and I'm not talking about the amenities. I'm talking about the green space. I'm talking about the supermarket they mentioned, and I'm talking about there's another thing I forgot. But so like I said, I've been there for 5 years, and I can't imagine a better idea for 38th to 41st Street. I've been staring. Listen, the light project was beautiful. The art right now, great idea. When I walk past on the street every day, what I see is a hole in the ground. You know, pardon my speech. But I can't imagine a better project for that space. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon, Joanne Police 10009. Again, my name is Joanne Police. I'm Vice President of the Stuyvesant Cove Park Association. We're a very small, all-volunteer, not-for-profit organization dedicated to bringing people to the park, a park that runs along the East River from 18th to 23rd Streets, and that only exists because of decades-long community involvement and fight to open that up to the public and make it a park. Many of you are probably aware of it. For many years, the Stuyvesant Cove Park Association has offered free programming in the way of a concert series at the park. And while the concerts are free to the public, they are not free to our association. In fact, each series runs us between $20,000 and $25,000. Over the years, we have availed ourselves of discretionary city council funds, but we were forced to abandon that because of the overwhelming requirements for for application. And the process became a second job. And again, small, all volunteer organization. It was an untenable situation. In 2024, I was contacted by a representative of the Soloviev Foundation who had learned about our organization and our concert series and said that there might be an opportunity for a philanthropic contribution. Needless to say, I was thrilled at the prospect of funding for a series that has become so anticipated and so appreciated by our audience members who actually and truly do come from all over the city. The foundation extended its support in 2025, and I'm happy to report that the Stuyvesant Cove Park Association presented 12 concerts from mid-June to mid-August. We are not going to say yay or nay. We do want to thank the Soloviev organization for looking all around, far and wide within the surrounding community and finding us. We appreciate that investigation and that community care. Thank you.
Numbers 6 through 10, please. Again, reminder to please keep it quiet.
You know. Looks like. Yeah, ready? Hi, my name is Jose Escobar, and I am. Oh, can you hear me now?
Now,
Okay, my name is Jose Escobar, and I am a general contractor here in New York City, and I run a company called Global Fire Safety, and I am here to support a project at Freedom Plaza, and also I'm very uh, friendly with affordable housing. And I think affordable housing is a great opportunity for many people in the neighborhood. And also, I am a father of 5 kids, and I wish them tomorrow have the opportunity to come and to school in New York City. And also for those local workers that work on near hospitals or schools, it would be a great opportunity also to have affordable house and they can afford to live in the neighborhood. When it comes to ground floor, also, I believe that it will be nice to have fresh and healthy food for many people that work around the neighborhood and our community. And I am also part for that. I really appreciate. Thank you for your time.
Hi, thank you. Dawn Heimer, 117. I think it's interesting that all of the speakers so far have been in support of this site, and most of their zip codes are not even close to where we live. It would have been nice to see some representation of our neighborhood in the early numbers. This just seems like an extension of the applicant. I also find it very interesting that they're proposing a museum of democracy, but when I walked in here today, I was not allowed to use my sign and I was told to put it away. Let's be more honest, everyone.
Please, a reminder to hold the applause. Thank you.
I raised this. Oh, there we go. Hi there, Chris Hanway, number 811101. My name is Chris Hanway, and I'm proud to serve as the Executive Director of Jacob A. Reese Neighborhood Settlement, a community-based organization which serves over 6,000 low to moderate income children, families, seniors, and immigrants, mostly in public housing. Our organization is headquartered in the Queensbridge Houses, the largest housing development in North America, right across the river from the proposed development site, but socioeconomically a world away. We at Resettlement offer our strong support for the proposal for Freedom Plaza. which will create over 6,500 family supporting union jobs for New Yorkers on 6.5 acres of shovel-ready land, delivering significant economic impact to the city and state. This vision of living wage job creation, investment, new affordable housing, and meaningful economic activity closely aligns with the vision of community development and empowerment that is at the heart of our ethos. In addition to Solofiev, we are honored to collaborate with the federally recognized Mohegan tribe and are impressed with their values and employee and community-centered approach. As part of that vision, we are thrilled that our organization will partner with the Freedom Plaza team to provide critical workforce recruitment and development programming, ensuring that quality union jobs are targeted to the communities that need them most. We work with public housing residents just 1 mile from the proposed site who were traditionally promised much but receive very little. And we are very impressed with the Freedom Plaza team's proposed process for ensuring opportunities for meaningful living wage opportunities for communities. From educating local residents about the project, to recruiting potential Freedom Plaza employees, to offering soft skills training and workforce development, to wraparound services like case management, we are excited about the opportunity to offer ladders and lattices to socioeconomic success for our participants and community members. I urge you to support this proposal.
Hello. My name is Edwin Lucero. I am a business counselor with the Queens Economic Development Corporation. QEDC is happy to share that it will partner. Better?
Zip code.
SIPO 11378. QEDC is happy to share that it will partner with the Mohegan and Soloviev Freedom Plaza to help build a local supply chain for the development. If the project is approved, the Freedom Plaza team has set aside a substantial investment for business incubation, acceleration, and support. This 5-year agreement will help train thousands of New Yorkers for well-paying careers at this site and beyond. Each year, QEDC already helps over 3,000 New Yorkers achieve their American dreams through entrepreneur assistance, business counseling, tourism, marketing, and even a food business incubator. Over nearly 50 years, our work has transformed neighborhoods across Queens, and we're just getting started. This progressive commitment from Mohegan and Soloviev will empower us to reach and support tens of thousands of additional neighbors. Beyond this partnership, as home to the city's 2 airports, more than 100 subway, rail, and ferry stops, and major automotive and logistical infrastructure, Queens uniquely stands to benefit from this proposal and its related economic activity. We are grateful for this team's forward-thinking approach, and we are proud to support the Freedom Plaza proposal. Thanks.
Cell phones, please.
Hi, Steve Caden. I'm speaker number 10 from zip code 10016. And my family and I have been part of this community since 1950. Sorry, I'm tall. I've been a part of this neighborhood since the 1950s. I'm a neighbor. I'm also a business owner in the community. I believe the project will actually bring real benefits to the community. The Plaza project means economic opportunity, and will draw visitors to spend money not just within the plaza, but within our restaurants, shops, and local businesses. As a retailer, I know firsthand how much the difference of steady foot traffic makes, and this project would bring exactly that. It also means jobs, not just in retail, but in construction, hospitality management, and all the industries that support the development of this size. These are the jobs for New Yorkers and our neighbors. Let's be honest, the streets are filled with vacant storefronts. A plaza would create a demand for foot traffic and a need to fill those empty shops, giving small businesses a chance to thrive and restoring the energy to our blocks. Some people worry that this could change the character of our neighborhood. I believe it can do the opposite. If done thoughtfully, it will strengthen the community and not weaken it. As a business owner, I see this as a chance, not just for my store, but for the entire neighborhood to thrive. And I ask you to keep an open mind and imagine the opportunity it can bring. Thanks.
Thank you. 11 through 15, please.
10016, Anthony S. I have lived in Kips Bay for over 30 years. Freedom Plaza should not be built because this area is already overcrowded. The city of New York, the state of New York, and the federal government should acquire this 3-block parcel of land through eminent domain and make it into a public park. According to the New York Times, Community Board 6 has the fewest parks compared to other community board districts in Manhattan. St. Martin's Park on 35th Street is usually overcrowded. Beginning in the 1980s, there has been a construction boom of massive high-rise apartment buildings in the area. The neighborhood elementary school, PS 116, became so overcrowded that the city had to build another elementary school just 3 blocks away from it. Freedom Plaza's 310,000 square foot casino would make it the 4th largest casino in the country and the 5th largest casino in the world. It would also have 4 towers up to 60 stories in height, which includes 2 hotels, a 104,050 car garage, museum, conference center, and an amphitheater. Within 1 block of the proposed Freedom Plaza site, 350 apartments were recently built. More people will be moving into the area as office buildings are converting to residential use, which include affordable housing, such as the old Pfizer building, 750 3rd Avenue, and 300 East 42nd Street under the 467-M tax incentive program. In addition, 225 East 45th Street will have 131 affordable housing units and will be completed next year. 303 East 44th Street will be a 35-story residence and will include affordable housing.
I don't know what side of the bed he woke up on, but I don't think it was the right one. My name's Jason Bin. I am the founder and creator of the largest local media company in America called Niche Media and Du Jour. I live in the walking area, 10010, and I've spent over 500 hours getting to know this project. And as someone who created and launched Hudson Yards, Old Time Warner Center, Ocean Drive Magazine, 2 weeks after Hurricane Andrew, I know firsthand that what they're creating here is a community. It's responsible, it has a lot of meaning and depth to it, and it's something we should all support and an opportunity that's right below our eyes. Thank you. In closing, it's a massive economic investment and job creator for our city. They will and have expansive public green space filled with cultural amenities that have never been seen before. They have and will continue to maintain strong community relations and labor support. The staff and management will have responsible gaming and create a community of well-being. And last but not least, they have a balanced vision. It's not Las Vegas and Manhattan. I can say that firsthand. I founded and created Vegas Magazine and Win Magazine. And what these people are doing is completely full of opportunity for everyone in this room. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is John Harari. I'm lucky number 13, and I live in the 10016 zip code. So my name is John Harari, and I live in Murray Hill, previously at View 34 on 34th and 1st, and now at the Copper on 36th and 1st. I've lived just blocks away from Freedom Plaza for 20 years, but I only knew about the site just a couple years ago because it's been a dead zone for decades. I also rarely see any traffic on First Avenue as I overlook it at all hours of the day from my apartment. I live and work, and my office is in my apartment. I also love Murray Hill as I'm the president of the Murray Hill Neighborhood Association, which is in charge of many things, including Green and Clean, Historic District, community events, the art sculptures, street festival, holiday tree, and menorah lighting right here on Park Avenue, where everyone came in today. People here have different views, so I'm just here to speak on behalf of myself, not on the association. And they're my personal thoughts, including when I see a lot of fear and anger which comes to people when they hear about a casino. But I've also seen lots of curiosity and excitement when people understand the full vision: affordable housing, world-class amenities, opportunities for business, and more. The casino is the most debated part, but it's underground, high-end, and designed to respect our residential surroundings while being luxurious and exclusive. The new park would double our green space. Just north of this spot, the United Nations preaches to bring in the world's people together. But what it actually does, it fends itself off from its local community and doesn't invite us into its park. I fully believe that more community and neighborhood connections will take place at Freedom Plaza than does today at the UN. Safety is my biggest concern. With crime and quality of life issues, the project commits to real resources which could be used to fund community and beautification projects to protect our families, children, and seniors. In this room, you can see why New York is the best city in the world, because of its diversity, people, cultures, and ideas. We never all agree, and that's the point. Remember, just like you might not agree with Freedom Plaza also doesn't agree with you. So instead of sticking to confrontation, let's stick to collaboration, as that's the key that makes our city unique, and the people why people want to come and visit and work with us.
Thank you very much this time.
Excuse me, we'd like to make stating the zip code optional. When people signed up, when
Excuse me, can we please afford the same respect to every speaker and allow the process to continue so everyone has the same
and just-
opportunity?
I want to clarify that when you signed up, everyone put in their zip code. So the CAC will receive that information. It is optional. We need to have respect for everyone. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nelson Gonzalez. I'm here representing the HOPE program, which is
Please allow him to speak.
a nonprofit serving the city of New York for over 40 years. That has helped New Yorkers overcome barriers of employment, connecting thousands to living wage careers in industries from hospitality to the green infrastructure. As you evaluate the proposed Freedom Plaza development, I urge you to weigh not only the economic development and environmental impacts, but also the profound human impact this project delivers. Freedom Plaza offers hundreds of affordable housing units and new public parkland. Most importantly, it promises more than 17,000 union jobs, 8,000 of which are permanent, and others in construction. For New Yorkers in historically underserved communities, this represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity and a chance to secure career pathways that lead to stability, mobility, and generational work. Meeting this workforce demand requires strong partnerships, and that's where we come in. Organizations like HOPE, we train place job seekers in building management, facilities maintenance, operations, and other field essentials to this project's long-term process. Should Soloviev and Mohegan receive a casino license, we have committed to partnering with HOPE to prioritize access to these high-quality jobs to the communities we serve. This project is about more than land use. It's about human capital and potential. Freedom can provide opportunity for a better future for thousands of New Yorkers, and I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Please, no clapping. Is number 15 here?
Hello, yes, my name is Daniel Taylor. My zip code is across the tracks over there, 11101, if you want to know my zip code. But I feel like I'm across the other side of the track because I'm never included in them projects like this that goes on all around my whole entire community. I live in that oldest housing development in the nation, and I lived there for 69 years. I've never seen a project like this that actually reached out to this community and offered employment or even the opportunity. And in this time right now that we're living in, with this whole attack, on diversity and immigration and all of that, and my community has a high population of immigration, and they just totally kidnapping these people and taking it. I mean, I'm for, like, making people legal. Some people are going sending back to countries they don't even live in, and then countries they may even be killed in. And so I have a whole lot of compassion for this project because it's trying to reach out to this community that's kind of uplifted. It's trying to build opportunities where I could support the family instead of being attacked. I won't even have insurance according to this new political climate that's going on. They're taking people's Medicaid, they're taking food stamps, and they even threaten our housing, taking away our ability to live in a safe community. So this project I'm totally for, and I implore you, I really implore you to continue to reach out to the people that actually need it. Thank you.
Do we have 16?
16 through 20.
All right, 16 through 20, please.
Up. 16. Number 16, is number 16 here?
Yes.
Yes. Just remember to speak bravely.
Okay,
Gotta be-
can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. My name's Marlena Steiner, and I've been a resident of zip code 10022. I've been a resident of the Mid-East neighborhood for 50 years, even though I'm only 29. First, I lived on 53rd Street, and now I live on 60th Street and First Avenue across from Trader Joe. I raised my two kids, Anderson and Grace, who I love so much. They are now in their third year of college. I'm a real estate broker for 33 years. I have no professional or financial interest in this development. And I'm so excited to support this project for many reasons that will improve and add to our neighborhood. The renderings are so beautiful and will come with many incredible advantages to improve and add value to the neighborhood. The beautiful park that will be available for everyone, 5 acres of green space. We need more parks. I go to Sutton Place Park almost daily. It's wonderful, but it's really small and it doesn't have a lot going on. This new park will be so interesting with a museum, a theater, a gym, all brand new and stunningly designed. How great is that? The second thing that is really amazing is that developers are committing to giving a good amount of money to the neighborhood every year for improvements. I think it's $250 million for the first 20 years. They are forward thinking and they really care. They don't leave once the project is finished. I haven't heard of any other projects that continue to support the neighborhood in this manner when they are done. The third thing is that there will be many jobs generated during and after. Oh, okay.
Thank you. We're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Maddie Centeno, zip code 10453. And I have to say, this crowd is pretty intimidating. Oh my gosh, but I'm going to be the one talking about workforce development. I am the director of workforce development and continuing education at Bronx Community College. And I'm here in support of this program because I really believe the potential for economic development and career pathways. Keep your comments down. I hear them. You know what? I came from the community. I worked 3 blocks from where I grew up, and I know crime, poverty, and lack of resources continue in that area. I'm going to be 65, and it hasn't changed. But I'm here to say we need this. We need these opportunities for our students, for our families. They have to get the training they need to move forward. And in a time where, there's so much uncertainty around funding, we need this. We need to have these pathways in place. We need to have the partnerships, the union jobs, the daycare. I'm so proud to hear that there's a daycare going to be a part of this. Bronx community has the construction jobs. We have the early childhood jobs. We have the trainings. We have the cybersecurity, clean energy. We're here. We're ready to give our students, our families, the opportunity to grow. I ask you to please consider this. It's so important. I don't see anything like this and any opportunity that's been available to us recently. Funding is scarce. I see my students afraid that they're not going to get the support that they need. We need your help. I'm really, really believe in this. I believe my journey brought me back to BCC, and here I am now with some of the members that I'm familiar with in this room. We all believe in this. Our hearts are here. We want to help our students. So if you want, I understand some of your concerns, but we need something to help our students and our families. So thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Chris Chen, 10016, an over 35-year-old resident, 35-year resident, and a board member in one of the condominiums in the neighborhood that wants to be vocal to state that we are against this casino development. This proposal to develop a casino within our peaceful residential neighborhood in Manhattan must be stopped. While touting economic benefits for the Freedom Plaza, the reality is it's a casino that would bring a host of negative consequences outweighing any short-term gains, especially in a dense, peaceful, and residential neighborhood of families in a community that already includes the United Nations and its annual General Assembly with all the traffic, security, and congestion that it already brings. Urban casinos attract clientele that can be more vulnerable to predatory gambling practices. Studies consistently show that proximity to a casino increases the rate of gambling addiction and crime nearby. Disrupting This could disrupt the character of a community. Neighborhoods like ours, deeply rooted communities, would be detrimentally affected by introducing a 24/7 casino with increased noise, questionable activities, and nightlife that can destroy the sense of neighborhood cohesion and degrade the quality of life for surrounding families and longtime tenants. There is substantial evidence linking casinos to increases in crime, including theft, fraud, violence, public safety concerns. With the influx of people, money, alcohol, and drugs, a casino would detract from community safety. For residents, especially parents raising children, this is a deeply concerning trade-off that no amount of tax revenue can justify. Supporters argue that casinos bring jobs and tax revenue, but the quality of these jobs is often low, with limited upward mobility and few long-term benefits. The economic gain is frequently overstated and unevenly distributed. In summation, Hudson Yards didn't want it, neither do we.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Deborah Shine, and I live in 10016. What I'm pardon? Okay. What I'm surprised at is that the focus has not been on the casino, and I want to thank the previous speaker for focusing on the casino, because I believe this casino will be to the detriment of the quality of life of the people living directly in the neighborhood, and I live on 38th Street. A casino will bring in this is not about, I'm for development and I would like to see the lot developed, but the lot developed without a casino. There is no guarantee. If the lot is developed, it will bring in the jobs and all the other benefits that everybody is discussing, but not the casino. Furthermore, the benefits are dependent on the revenue of the casino. There's no guarantees that casinos make that much money, and it will be. And well, and and it will be Thank you for that. There's no guarantee that this revenue will be coming in, and and it will bring in other factors that are not going to improve the quality of life. The entrance is on the FDR Drive. The FDR Drive comes to a standstill at those hours. How can the FDR Drive, you avoided traffic when you discussed things. How can you say that the traffic won't be impacted negatively when the FDR Drive comes to a standstill normally? We've had marginal improvement with the congestion pricing, and I'd like to see that improve further, and the amount of cars and traffic brought into this neighborhood would be further to the detriment of the quality of life. Thank you very much.
20 through 25, please.
I would just like to note that unfortunately, the clapping takes away from the speaker's time. It's a little bit disrespectful to not allow them to have their full 2 minutes.
Is number 20 here? No, number 20? Okay, 21 it is.
I'm Susan Steinberg. I'm a resident of Stuyvesant Town 10009 and a resident of Community Board 6. Because I am concerned about the negative economic and quality of life impacts of a casino on our community, I would like to cite some sources to back up my concerns. National Association of Realtors. The impact of casinos on local property values is unambiguously negative. The people who most often visit the casino do not wander out to visit other shops and businesses. A casino does not release its customers until they have exhausted their money. CNN. The math is remorseless. The longer you play, the more you lose. A player can expect to lose 10 to 15% of his or her stake at every session. The industry targets precisely those who can least afford to lose. The Institute for American Values. Casinos aggravate income inequality by their negative impact on family stability. No longer for the affluent, low-income workers and retirees provide most of the customers for the modern casino industry and contribute to increasingly dividing America into the haves and the have-nots in the areas of education, marriage, and work. National Council on Problem Gambling. About 5 million Americans are compulsive gamblers. 2 million are severely addicted, and 6 million have mild to moderate gambling problems. Young adults, particularly college students, are also at higher risk, with about 6% of college students gambling. Thank you. I know my time is up.
Kathleen DePerna, 11238. Good evening, and thank you to the Freedom Plaza Community Advisory Committee for the opportunity to testify today in support as a proud partner of the Mohegan Sun Soloviev proposal. My name is Kathleen DePerna, and I'm the Director of Strategy at Hot Bread Kitchen, a New York-based nonprofit that creates economic opportunity through culinary job skills training, food entrepreneurship, and an ecosystem of support for individuals who face barriers to meaningful careers. The food industry, as we know, is one of the largest and fastest growing sectors in New York City and a desired and accessible sector for the communities we serve. Over the past 17 years, Hot Bread Kitchen has enrolled over 2,000 program participants, whom we call members, into our programs to help them launch careers in the food industry, start and grow their small businesses, and access the resources they need to succeed at work and in the world. We do this work through entry-level and upskilling workforce training for the food service and hospitality sector, job placement, wraparound support services, and small business incubation. We conduct outreach for our programs with nearly 300 community-based organizations across the city and partner with the NYCHA Office of Resident Economic Empowerment and Sustainability to recruit and train NYCHA residents from across the city in our programs, reaching residents from the east and west sides of Manhattan, Western Queens, Red Hook, and the South Bronx. In 2024, we reached a record of 694 members across all of our programs, doubling our impact since 2022. And I want to state that prior to starting our programs, 81% of our members are unemployed. The work that we do is meaningful and critical to the communities we serve. If selected, the Freedom Plaza project will have a transformational impact on our organization, expanding our reach to an additional 150 members each year who are seeking support through careers at Mohegan Sun. We're testifying in support today, and thank you for your time.
Let me know when you're ready. All right. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Rich Reynoso. 10467 is my personal zip code. I am the Chief Lending Officer at Company Capital. A Company Capital is a nonprofit community lender. We serve refugee, immigrant, and women entrepreneurs in New York City's 5 boroughs. We've been around since 1997. Our loan offerings range from $1,000 to $350,000 for small business owners. We provide services in entrepreneurs' language. We have staff fluent in 15 languages. We offer classes and one-on-one support to enhance entrepreneurs' marketing and business management skills. As of September 30th of 2024, we've lent over $70 million and provided 10,000 businesses with training and advice. These businesses in turn have created 2,751 jobs, 11,000 jobs retained, and participants have saved over $5 million over 20 years. We are testifying today to the council to consider the impact for affordable housing, support for small businesses, and a new park in the neighborhood that sorely is needed. Also, we're talking about a small business community that would serve MWB food and beverage entrepreneurs. Our organization has proudly signed a letter of support that commits to Freedom Plaza should they win one of the downstate casino licenses. We take this seriously, and that's why we visited Mohegan Sun in person to learn firsthand what our clients might expect from Mohegan. As a partner and what we saw, we were confident they would take accomplished. Again, we asked the council to consider what is at stake here for small business owners in the neighborhood and families all around. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Estes. I'm a real estate investor and a real estate attorney who grew up on 48th and First, and then later spent many years of my life on 38th and First. Most of my life has been on First Avenue in those 2 blocks where this project is. And I currently have real estate apartments on First Avenue. And through my personal experience, I have to tell you, the market there is getting killed because people do not want to live on First Avenue, as wonderful as it is, because in that 10-block stretch, there's really no restaurants, there's no grocery stores, there's really nothing there, and people don't want to go there because of that. And people that live there invest in their homes, and their investment is not appreciating where it should be, because people that want to get money out of their apartments there are having trouble doing so because it's a unique problem to that 10-block radius. And because of that, I believe this project is a benefit to the community. For the people that live there on First Avenue specifically, their property values will rise. Now, on top of that, I think everybody in this room will agree with me that the worst week to be in Manhattan is United Nations General Assembly week, with the congestion and everything. Would it not make sense to have a hotel for the world leaders to stay at directly next to the UN and then take away from the congestion from the rest of Manhattan and the immediate community, and then they spend most of the time there because of that? There is a real benefit to helping out everywhere in Manhattan and this community to reduce the congestion during the most hated 2 weeks. I think this project will be good for the community, for the people that live there, that have been raised there and have invested in there, for the community at large. And I would like to thank this panel for their time today to hear from us on this issue. And we appreciate everything you do. And I wish you a pleasant, good rest of your day. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yep. My name is Adam Ganzer. I am the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. We are a 100-year-old, fully independent, not-for-profit focusing on New York City's parks and open spaces. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I speak from the perspective of Parks and Open Space from New York City. As a citywide organization, I do not represent or speak for this community, nor do I offer any opinion on non-park elements of this proposal. Our research has shown that Manhattan Community Board 6 is ranked 58th out of 59 community boards in percent of parkland and is dead last in tree canopy across the city. Lack of parks and open spaces is an issue everywhere, but it's a critical issue here. Um, there are many aspects to this project, but one of the assets that we are weighing in on is the park itself. The design provides a central component of this project, adds a 5-acre park space to an area right now that is not really accessible at all. It includes 7,000 square feet of children's playground, a dog run, accessible comfort stations, food kiosks, etc., including a 700-foot promenade overlooking the East River. Further, the design team is actively looking at ways to enhance the waterfront adjacent to the site, including the idea of extending the park across the FDR to the water's edge, which would comply with the Waterfront Alliance's wedged guidelines, which are extremely important throughout the waterfront across the city. So again, I'm not speaking in favor or against this project. We speak at every single one of the casino proposals that has a parks component. The park design is a solid one and one that should be considered. Thanks.
Speakers 26 through 30, please. And if anyone's looking for a seat, there are a couple of open spots up front. Yeah, we're managing the flow in and out.
Okay. Hello. So my name is Michelle Risa. I'm at 10016, which is 10016. And yes, I've lived here for 39 years as a small business owner. Important to me are the people who actually build and maintain this property. And I have the utmost respect for Michael Hirschman, his values, and his mission. As seen in his current exhibits on the property, he honors all people, he listens to diverse points of view, and he works for all of us to flourish. And therefore, in choosing a developer who will do what he says, I know Michael Hirschman demonstrates he will. In all candor, you can have a different point of view. In all candor, I have not met anyone from the other 7 finalists, nor have I received any invitation from them to ascertain their qualities and commitment to community building. And their lack of outreach speaks volumes to me when community building is so critical. My understanding of the stats that I think is important, the 17,000 union jobs, the 3.2 billion economic benefits per year, the 500 affordable housing, certainly the parks, and of course the 250 million for nonprofits. While I have listened to the pushback against a casino, I believe the benefits far outweigh those concerns. So again, as I choose a developer who will do what he says he will do, I believe Michael Hirschman demonstrates he will. Thank you.
Zip code 10039. And I rise in support of this project. After listening to the group from Mohegan, I am tempted to go out and buy halos for everybody. They were quite good. I am most concerned with employment and housing. While your handout lists 17,000 jobs, I would like to have some assurance that people of my community, I'm a deacon from the Union Baptist Church located in Harlem, Upper Harlem. And I've seen changes, proposals, promises made all of my life to the residents of Harlem but I have yet to see meaningful change occur. Now, I look at Atlantic City, they promised that everybody would share in the development of Atlantic City. And yes, I go there and I have been there, but I have yet to see the community improve. You go one block away from there, and there's plight, there's poverty, and everything else. So I would just like to rest assured and have some assurance that we will be given a good and fair chance at employment and housing. Because a few years from now, only the wealthy can live in Manhattan. Poor people will not be able to afford an apartment in Manhattan. And I would just like to know that we will be given an equal share because the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion right now is in full force. And I just don't know what's going to happen with incoming administrations regarding that. It's going to get worse and worse. So I am all for the project with the caveat that my citizenry be given an equal share at employment and housing. That is my main concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A reminder to please allow every speaker the same opportunity, regardless of whether you agree or disagree. All the comments are very audible, the way this room
Hi,
is
my
set
name
up.
is Jack Bloom. I'm amazed that the representatives of New York Presbyterian, Weill Cornell, are not here. I want these people here to immediately call the CEOs of those companies, get them to help you. This is the greatest concentration of medical resources in the world. We have all of these people, they are technicians, they're doctors, they're orderlies, and they're having to travel 2-3 hours to get to their jobs here. At night, they're working 24 hours a day. And by the way, if you need anybody to help you reach out to these doctors and what do you call hospitals, I'd be glad to do it. I am a potential resident. I have diabetic foot. I've had 3 operations on it in the last few months. Fortunately, doctors saved my foot, and I do have a voucher right here. So if you'd like to take my voucher, I'd be happy to give it to you. I do not need a lottery. So I would like to suggest a little change to what you're doing to bring in this vast medical community to support your project.
Good evening. As this meeting was opened, there were norms posted. The second of them was mutual respect. It remains a great opportunity for this audience on this evening. I have come in support of the Freedom Plaza on the grounds of what its partnership has already demonstrated. Michael Hirschman has gone beyond the bounds and made sure that he has spoken to community leaders, faith leaders across the breadth of this city, especially Manhattan. So I have come from zip code 10039 in support of this initiative for its partnership, but also for its possibilities for housing, its possibilities for jobs, and those possibilities changing the trajectory of families of diverse backgrounds. I had the fortune of coming of age in a place where casinos or the gaming industry was being introduced. The gaming industry will come, I'm sure, but will it come in partnership and will it come with the possibilities to embrace all individuals across the landscape of New York City? And will it bring possibilities to those who heretofore have been shut out of possibilities? I stand in support of the project.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, thank you. My name is Nazila Jarahian, and I'm currently at zip code 165. But prior to that, I was living at 122 zip code for over 14 years. And I'm here today in support of Freedom Plaza, and I believe it will bring a lot of value um, into this community. Thank you.
Speakers 31 through 36, please.
Is number 31 here, please? If not, we'll take 32 to the microphone.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me? Yep. All right. Money talks, right? All right. So zip code 10016. There's a reason why it's called Sin City, because it is Sin City. It's earned that terminology. And first of all, I want to actually thank the developers for their magnanimous proposal of parks, affordable housing, beautiful stuff that we should all enjoy, but not even putting casino as a footnote. But yes, it's there, like leaving it aside. 310,000 square feet of casino space will bring in 6 to 9 million visitors to that space. Easily. Do the math. Think about 9 million visitors coming in. Think about 1 week of UN times 52. What's going to happen? I think the biggest difference, and I really think it's a very easily solvable solution. Let's get affordable housing. Let's get the park. Let's get more residential units. Let's give a nice food hall. We'll get all of that together and let the casino be somewhere else. We get both. Right? It's a simple solution. It's so easy to do that. A simple solution. And I think there's nothing in that, because if it's so magnanimous, let's do it. You can do it. You love to give us parks. You love to give us affordable housing. Affordable housing folks will be so happy. And we want all of that together. I urge each council person represented here to talk to the people who live in this neighborhood. Talk to them. Talk to 100. Talk to 1,000. Talk to 20. You will get a sample set more important than people who are brought here to talk about what they should do for the casino versus the people living here. That's what we need.
Is there a number 33? Number 33 out there? Take 34. She is here. Okay, thanks.
Hard act to follow, right? Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Hi. Louder? Sorry. Good evening, everyone. And I just want to let you know that there are lots of community members who are waiting outside while we have a lot of empty seats here. So it would be great if you could let them in. Thank you. So in the immediate vicinity of this casino is the UN. There's Ford Foundation's main building. There are indeed some parks and playgrounds. There are 2 primary schools, the United Nations International School. Families live here. We live in high rises, in mid rises, in walk ups, in heritage townhouses, in carriage houses. We are pretty diverse. There are also some mansions. I've lived here, and for 23 years, I got married in my apartment here. And so if you actually live here, you will see in the morning people taking their dogs for a walk. You will see parents dropping off their kids at the daycare or the Montessori on their way to work. You will see grandparents taking little grumpy kids off to primary school when they don't want to wake up. Office goers who will stop by a car, run by an Afghan or another immigrant. to get their coffee and bagel on their way to work. We have high-end restaurants already, like Zuma and several Japanese restaurants that are so fine dining. But we also have a $1.20 pizzeria if you want to eat a slice in the middle of the night after, whatever, night out. We have mom and pop bodegas, etc., etc. All this will disappear if you put a casino here. People like me will leave this community, and that will happen en masse. And then you can make it a ghost town and Sin City and whatever you will.
Greetings, Don Eversley, Executive Director, Greater Hunts Point Economic Development Corporation. I'm here on 10025. I'm here on behalf of my workforce development partners in the 5 boroughs, many who have spoken. I want to remind everybody that this body is informing on the casino licenses. My understanding 2 will be awarded. So I work on affordable housing projects. Those are great, but this is probably not the forum for those standalone projects. If 2 casinos are coming downstate, I think taking a very large, contaminated, vacant lot and making it active makes a lot of sense. As my colleagues have stated before, those 7,000 permanent jobs, the workforce housing at multiple levels of affordability are direly needed in this city and especially in this county. And I want to remind folks that the casinos that you may have gone to in the 70s or 80s or 90s down in Atlantic City are very different from the destination casinos like Mohegan. When they reached out to us, I went to Mohegan paid my own dime, ate on my own credit card, spoke to employees, spoke to management, and very impressed with the quality of employers that they are, the length of retention of their employees, and the facility, which is really an entertainment facility with gaming, as opposed to folks that are just there mindlessly pulling the one-armed bandit. I encourage you to go visit Mohegan Sun up in Connecticut. I think it's a really dynamic, exciting place, and I support this proposal. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Tanya Arias, and I am the chairman of the board of the Tudor City President's Council. We represent over 5,000 residents of Tudor City. And unlike Mao, my zip code is 10017. And unlike many of the people that have spoken in favor of this casino, we literally live across the street. We literally live across the street from this casino. We are all in for housing. We are all in for parks. We are all in for jobs. All of that can be delivered with the approved plan that has been approved for this lot since 2008. Without the casino, all of a sudden this casino comes out of nowhere, and then our entire neighborhood has to be subjected to an additional 2 million square feet, because let's not forget, it's not just a casino. We also have hotels. It's a total of 2 million additional square feet of 24/7 of non-residential. This is people that will come in and out of our neighborhood. They claim that the entrance to this casino will be through the FDR Drive. Can you even imagine what that's going to be like? And furthermore, if you know Tudor City, most people think that they can get away from the 42nd Street traffic by going up 41st Street. Guess what? That's Tudor City Place. There's no exit. We're going to be having that traffic there in and out. I urge the commission to consider that affordable housing is the greatest need in our city. It is essential that we concentrate ourselves on affordable housing. The last thing we need is a casino. We need housing. Thank you very much.
Can we get 37 through 41 lined up?
Perfect. Thanks very much. All right. Hello.
My name is Michael Gribben. I'm speaker number 36 and my zip code is 100.
Excuse me.
And my zip code is 10017. I'm the president of the Tudor City Association, a nonprofit formed over 50 years ago to do four things: to preserve Tudor City's parks, to protect its environment, to safeguard its residential character, and to ensure the well-being of its residents. A casino next door to our historic community runs counter to every one of these purposes. That is why I'm here in opposition to the granting of this casino license. I hear people talk about the jobs created, the green space, and the affordable housing. These are great for the community, but we're not talking about those things. We're talking about a casino license. We can have all of those benefits without the casino. So the question is whether a casino belongs next door to a historic landmarked community, a community that houses families with young children, elderly residents, two playgrounds, a church, and a daycare. Is it worth the risk of a dramatic increase in crime that accompanies casinos, as studies have shown, the increased traffic on both the FDR and into Tudor City as casino patrons look for parking and for alternative entrances, and the noise pollution during construction and after operation, keeping in mind that although our windows are beautiful in Tudor City, they are historic and they don't do a very good job of keeping out the noise. Is this the place to have, as is common with casinos, free alcohol 24/7, 7 days a week? The obvious answer is no. Rejecting this license still allows housing, green space, and retail development, but without the harms of a casino. On behalf of the Tudor City Association, I respectfully urge the committee to vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Joresh. I am 10016, 38th Street between Park and Lex, work and live there. My perspective today is about the casino primarily. I have experience working in a casino Tropicana in Las Vegas many years ago. I did financial planning and analysis. I was the numbers guy. I know casino games inside and out. From that experience, and I have no connection, by the way, to the casinos, none whatsoever. So I've looked at all of these proposals, especially the three in Manhattan. I've dug deeply. This proposal has a spectacularly large casino, 300,000 square feet, 5,700 slot machines, all of the gaming that they've got there. It is monstrous. The revenues that they're proposing, on a gross scale, I don't know the nets, but for year 5, for example, the revenue proposal from a low to a high estimate go from 5 billion for the year to 3.6 billion. We're talking about some very big numbers, and I want to talk about big numbers. And I don't want to represent 10016. I want to represent New Yorkers. When we're talking about numbers that big, approving one casino or two or three, and where those are matters a lot. And you can see some really big swings in these numbers. I expect more than that. I do think, though, that the team that they have put together is pretty impressive. Mohegan Sun has an excellent reputation in the industry. The Banyan Hotel as well, the marketing plans they put together, the details of the casino description were mind-boggling. I have a lot of understanding of casinos and the casino business. That was spectacular. They have a real plan for making this happen. If anyone can make that 5 billion happen, it's them. But I urge you, think about out to the future, how many billions of dollars need to flow in. That's a lot of people, and that's a big swing. If it's a miss, what happens? And how do you prepare for that now?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth.
Can you come closer to the mic, please?
Please. My name is Elizabeth Cohen. My zip code is 10003. I'm part of the neighborhood. And I want to say this is a family neighborhood. It's a diverse neighborhood and primarily middle and working class families living here. I've lived here for my entire life. I've sent my kids to school here. There are some speakers here today with vested interests. in the casino, but they don't live here in this neighborhood. This school district, District 2, public elementary through high school, has the largest number of public school students in Manhattan, with over 54,000 students, in addition to thousands of private and parochial students. Every day, the sidewalks, the buses, and trains are crowded with students traveling to and from their schools. A casino in their midst is not in their best interest. There is already a lot of traffic from the Queens Midtown Tunnel, which is right near the site. The two hospitals, Bellevue and NYU Langone, which are also near the site, due to the recent closing of several hospitals in the area and downtown, including most recently Beth Israel Hospital, have made those two hospitals essential. They are now the main hospitals for this area and for all of downtown. An increase in traffic will cost lives. It will delay people getting the medical care they need. It is not in the best interest of the people who live here to have a casino here. I am not.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mark Harris, and my zip code is 10017. I've lived in Tudor City for 50 years. As a young man, one of my first jobs was working for the Department of City Planning here in New York City, and subsequently I became an administrative law judge for the state of New York for over 30 years. And as a Tudor City resident for 50 years, I've watched the community change greatly. I love the area. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's become extremely inviting to families as well as individuals and single people. It's a diverse neighborhood. It's a lovely neighborhood. The surrounding area is lovely. The proposal before you, I know this is a difficult decision for you because it's something that people have differing opinions and strong feelings about. But I urge you, if you have a home and you think of your home wherever you live, whether it's in New York City or someplace far from New York City, can you imagine the idea that you would improve your life by having a casino put across the street from your house or your apartment? But what if they told you, but I know you need daycare, and I know you have friends who want to move into the neighborhood and there's not enough houses in the neighborhood. And even though you have children, there are schools nearby, but we'll give you daycare and we'll do all these goody things for you. And then just forget about the fact that we'll put in a casino too. That's what we're being asked to put up
Thank you
with.
very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
They can't see me, so I hope they can hear me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ellen Sandals, zip code 10003. This is a very medical area of Manhattan, so this is my personal story. In February 2024, on a Friday night at 8 p.m., after having an MRI done at the NYU Radiology Center on 38th Street and First Avenue, the radiologist stated that he had called my doctor and they both wanted me in the emergency room immediately. The staff, not wanting me to wait for an ambulance, put me in a wheelchair and wheeled me down First Avenue to the Ronald Perlman Emergency Room on 1st and 33rd Street. At 3:30 in the morning, I was checked into the Kimmel Pavilion Hospital on 1st and 34th, where I spent the next 9 days and underwent serious neurosurgery. Follow-up visits with the neurosurgeon were at the NYU Tisch Hospital on 1st and 31st. Since my surgery, there has been 17 months of therapies, which led me to rehabilitation at NYU Rusk on 240 East 38th Street at 2nd Avenue, as well as NYU Orthopedic Center at 333 East 38th Street at 1st Avenue. Now, I've downloaded the Freedom Plaza proposal, and it says, quote, Freedom Plaza will attract visitors from New York, the Northeast, across America, and internationally, end quote. The entrance to the casino is the FDR service road. However, in New York City, many people do not drive cars. It is highly likely people will take public transportation, taxis, and Ubers all along 38th Street, up First Avenue, across 41st Street, and cause more congestion amongst needed medical facilities. Imagine what my Friday night wheelchair experience might have been like had we had a bunch of visitors coming to this area because it housed a casino. I can't think of a worse place to put a casino
Thank you very much.
than in
Sorry,
a
we're
part
at
of the
time.
city where New York is down.
Thank you. We have 41 through 46, please. Or 42 through 47.
No, don't do it. No, don't. I'm sure. I'm okay. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Cynthia Harris, zip code 10017. I'm going to be very, very brief, and I'll state from the get-go, as a Tudor City resident, I am 100% against every aspect of this casino development project. It would be fine to develop the land as apartments, living facilities, etc., but let's forget about the casino. When I've been here, I feel like I've died and went to heaven. I've heard so many amazing promises. 17,000 union jobs. Wow. I feel like I died and went to heaven. Is that really real? Oh my God, can anybody believe it? No, we don't. It's just a lot of propaganda by the Soleil group. So thank you very much. Please develop the property, but leave the casino out of it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sam Cuckley. I'm a board member and a resident of the Corinthian condominium located on 38th Street. Been a resident there for 23 years and an owner for the same time. My whole career has been in real estate. I'm an appraiser, real estate consultant, and a fellow in the Royal Institution of Charter Surveyors. I have designations from each. I'm well regarded in New York. Spent the last 22 years retiring at 77 in risk management at Nuveen, TIAA Nuveen, $1 trillion pension fund in which I worked in one of the funds with $36 billion fund. The one thing that I want to address is the EIS. There is no mention of the traffic on First Avenue, and it's a public safety issue. There are two emergency rooms, one in Bellevue, one a little further north, closer to the proposed casino, and those are our only emergency rooms, and First Avenue in rush hour is a disaster. It's backed up, and so is the access road to the FDR. This is because of the infrastructure. You have the Queens Midtown Tunnel, the the bridge to Queens Bridge, and it's a big issue.
This is really important.
Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Stacy Roush, zip code 10016. I live just down the street, 37 years. That area, we need housing. The idea that the whole thing boasts, oh, it's 1,000 apartments, half of which will be affordable, define affordable, but we're building 1,400 parking spaces and 1,200 hotel rooms. I'm sorry, what's the big deal about the housing? You're going to inundate us with traffic, people, and sleaze. Casinos suck. They suck from a neighborhood. They suck money. They suck character. The two neighborhoods that are being affected are historic neighborhoods in New York, Murray Hill and Turtle Bay. This is nowhere to put a casino. We don't want it. It is next to a terrorism target. It adds to the UN. Putting a casino with open space is like, come, send me a drone with a bomb. No casino. Please, CAC, think about the fact that there are actually people who live here, who want to live here, who don't want crime, prostitution, drugs everywhere, more traffic, and so forth. Vote no.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chris Ward. I'm from zip code 10025. My name is Chris Ward. I'm the past CEO of the Waterfront Alliance and the current interim president. The Waterfront Alliance is a multi-community-based group with over 1,000 members. We're dedicated to the accessibility, resiliency, and sustainability of all of New York City's waterfronts. The mission of the Waterfront Alliance is to bring that vision for all communities throughout the city. And to do that, we have created something called the WEDGE program, much like the LEED certification that you heard of before, is a series of guidelines which provide architectural, geographical, ecological criteria for the development of projects along our existing waterfront. The Freedom Plaza Group has reached out to the Waterfront Alliance with their design team, obviously led by Bajork Engels, a world-renowned architect and with a long history of ecological projects. And the Waterfront Alliance is delighted to work with the Freedom Plaza to pursue this WEDGE certification. WEDGE certification is an independent process. It has 143 different criteria, which brings value to the development along our waterfront. It's independent. The Freedom Plaza will be applying for this project. And what it truly brings to this community is a difference between just economic development, but rather community transparency. The Waterfront WEDGE program is dedicated to hearing from the community.
Cell phones, please. Sorry, go ahead.
Building from the community up, and that we are delighted that the waterfront portion of this project will be evaluated pursuant to the WEDGE program, which exactly brings the kind of sustainability, accessibility, and resiliency for the New York City waterfront that we have seen regenerated throughout all 5 boroughs. So we're delighted that we were able to work with the Freedom Plaza people, independent of endorsement for the casino, but to bring the WEDGE guidelines in this waterfront to its full availability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another reminder for cell phones, people watching videos, please be cognizant of your phones.
Hello, can you hear me, everyone? Yeah? So good evening and thank you to the committee for hearing us. So my name is Kenneth McClure. I'm a 30-year resident of 10017. I've lived in Tudor City for about 8 years, and now I currently live at United Nations Plaza. So I'm very familiar with the area. I've been a business owner with my partners for decades in the area. Many properties right on First Avenue themselves. So I stand here with my partners in support of the entire Freedom Plaza project, casino included. For 20, thank you very much. For 20 years, we've been looking at a vacant site, which has been the most ripe parcel of land for development in the entire city. Manhattan in particular, putting the other four boroughs aside, is a world-class city that needs world-class amenities. I am very, very
Please
sympathetic
allow him to speak.
sympathetic to the needs of the community. I am a member of the community. I'm on the Grand Central Partnership. I am an advisory member of the Friends of Dag Hammarskjöld. I'm not implying any endorsement for them. I'm speaking only for myself. However, as a business owner, we need, and some of the earlier speakers have spoken saying that we do need traffic for increased visibility and for our businesses. We rely on tourists. Tourism is down. We rely on visitors. This is Manhattan, folks. This is not a quiet neighborhood in the suburbs. We need to embrace change, embrace development. This is a world-class resort, a world-class opportunity. I support the Soloviev and Mohegan Sun project 100%. And I thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me, listen, we need to get through speakers, and the more you speak, the less speakers can be heard. So please keep your comments to a minimum and allow speakers to speak. Thank you. Any more outbursts, you will be removed. Number 46, please.
Good evening. My name is Mike Balboni, 11596. I come here as the former Homeland Security Advisor for the state of New York. And during that period of time, I was in charge of overseeing $250 million of resources from the federal government to protect this city. I love this city. It is such an incredibly important part, not just of New York, but of the entire country and nation. I've also had the opportunity to serve on the New York Power Authority, where I oversaw the infrastructure protection for the largest public utility in the country. I've gotten a chance to look at the security plans that this site has, and I want you to consider a couple of different things. How do you protect a site? Well, it takes a bunch of different elements. The first is awareness. You have to know what's going on around you, not just in the site, but around you as well. You have to anticipate where the threats can come from. You also have to have great communication and a great response capability. This site has a unique opportunity because of its geography. It's against the river, it's against the highway. You can control the ingress and egress and know who's coming in and out. In addition, which, if you take a look at the experience of Mohegan Sun and the way they do their security, it is world class. They have a tremendous record. Got a chance to work with their security officials. Fantastic. And then here's the other thing you should consider. The UN, Secret Service, UN protection, New York City Police Department, substation, state police. There's a great confluence of folks that can provide for that deterrence and detection and protection. Thank you very much.
Speakers 47 through 52, please. 47 through 52. When 26 is signed up, not everyone is speaking. Outside, they're just hanging out. They're not, but yeah, it's a mix. So that's what they're saying, at least, because there's open seats in here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Is number 47 here? If not, I'll take 48. Thank you so much. Number 48.
I think number 47 got scared. My name is Dominic. I've lived in zip code 10016 for about 34 years now. My main reason for coming here tonight is I've seen a lot of development in New York City. West Side Highway, Little Island, Highline, Hudson Rail Yard, but I've always looked at an empty lot. I'm not a gambler. I'm a medical doctor. I don't know anything about casinos, but I do know that something has to be built there. And that is the reason why I'm here tonight. I like what I've heard of the presentation. I think everybody should be given a chance to state their position on the issue. And the booing and shouting and yelling and all of that is really unbecoming. People should really respect everyone's opinion, even when we disagree. Very, very important that people get to express their opinion. I have no other thing to say except I'm strongly in favor of building something in that empty lot. And I have nothing against casinos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. My speaker number is 49 and my zip code is 10010. My name is Josh Arnon and I'm a lifelong resident of Waterside Plaza. I am a member of the Waterside Tennis Association and on the executive committee of Eleanor Roosevelt Independent Democrats, both of which have voiced strong opposition to the plan. I'm also a member of Open New York, which is a pro-housing and YIMBY, meaning yes in my backyard organization. And many of us are also opposed to this plan, even though we generally support development. I find it incredibly ironic that the plan includes a museum of democracy. And frankly, the entire project is an insult to the collaborative spirit of the United Nations. Democracy means through the will of the people. And the overwhelming community opposition to this plan is astounding. This plan will destroy virtually all small businesses in the area, and it is difficult to overstate the plan's effect on traffic and congestion. Also, the latest report from our state comptroller's office found that New York State's casinos have consistently failed to meet their initial revenue and tax projections. I don't believe the words casino or gambling were even used at any point of the presentation. Some euphemisms were used instead, but this is not an abstract concept. Institutional gambling is very real, exploitative, and preys on our most vulnerable, particularly poor people and people of color. Gambling addiction is a national epidemic. One of my mom's best friends had a son who was born within a week of me. We were alike in many ways, but he had a gambling addiction. Last year, he lost everything and tragically took his own life. This is what you're voting for when you approve this plan. We need to listen to our community and oppose it, not for what would make billionaires even richer and ultimately devastate our community. Thank you for your time.
Martin Barrett, 10022, born in
Can you
Bethesda.
move closer to the
on
microphone,
East
please?
17th
Thank you.
Street. I've been president or chairperson of several local civic organizations and committees in the area. While I do not gamble, I am very much in favor of the proposed Freedom Plaza. For over 40 years, I've lived within a half a mile or so from the development. The plot of land has been a blight on our community for over 20 years, and no one has come with monies for development. You want housings or parks, it's not happening without something else. It's been a haven for mosquitoes and rodents, besides being a wasteland of low-lit, broken sidewalks. The recent fix resolves some issues, but will it last? The proposed development will ensure that those issues do not reoccur. After 20 years, it successfully responds to two of our community's long-term and urgent concerns, which is lack of affordable housing and very few parks. The design includes more than 500 apartments of affordable rent with tenant selection by a management of an established not-for-profit organization. The area will be safe, well-lit, 5-acre park, accessed directly from First Avenue for the community. Entrance to the underground casino and car park will be from the north and east side of the project. The proposal includes a minimum of $5 million used for community not-for-profits, distributed by an independent local committee. The UN is relocating agencies abroad, which will decrease its $5 billion generated for the local economy. Freedom Plaza will have 8,000 permanent jobs, a major revenue generator. Having it situated on the east side will be a great achievement. If it doesn't materialize, then we can look forward to another 20 years of an empty mosquito and rat-filled lot. Enjoy.
Please be respectful. Again, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Everything has pluses. My name is Shmuel Metzger. I'm the director of Chabad. I live in zip code 10022, and I'm a chaplain here, and I've been with people. I see people all day, every day as a chaplain in all these zip codes. Things have pluses, things have minuses. I believe that has many more pluses than minuses, and I'll tell you why. Firstly, because of who's doing this project. The Solaviv company has a long history of doing everything, not just going the extra mile, but going the extra 100 miles. Someone was telling me the other day they live in a building 1113 York Avenue. It was sold recently by Solaviv. Like, we don't have big flowers anymore. We don't have shuttles, because that's just, they do that naturally. They do think this is a project. We are very supportive of Solo and Solo. They do things right. I think the biggest problem we're facing right now, there's lots of problems, is mental health and seniors, and we need a big park. We need a big park, and this is a place for children to be, and they also have a big public space. No one's mentioned yet, but they're also seniors. People, thank God, are living a lot longer than they used to. People are living longer, and this space will have a large public space. There is no such space that I'm aware of on this side of town, so I'm very for it. Also, the Museum of Democracy, I think, is very important. I think the Ottoman Empire was 600 years, Roman Empire 1400 years. People think America will be around forever. I don't think that, we shouldn't take it for granted. This is very important to have such a museum so we can tell our children, and people can kvetch like this in the room because that's part of democracy. We could do this for the next 1,000 years. I want to thank you. In conclusion, also, the fact that Mohican family is part of this is very special. I think that social responsibility that the people from the Atlantic Northeast can take part in the action of this project. Thank you.
Do we have 52 through 58? Is there no 52?
Does anybody in the room have number 52? No. Okay, awesome. It's your turn. You don't either? Yeah, I'm not blaming you.
Okay.
Go.
Okay.
To the
So,
microphone so they can hear you.
okay, everyone can hear me? So, no, I'm going to speak louder. I only have two voices, very low or very loud. So sorry. Okay. So I'm Heidi Spiegel and I live in 10022. I did live in 10016. And in fact, the first co-op I ever purchased back in 1984 was on 40th and 2nd. I am against the casino. To come here, because normally I only leave my parents. I take care of my parents who are 97, and my mother is a 101-year-old survivor. And I usually only leave to march against fascism, which is happening in America.
So my mother, I told her I have to go because today is the casino thing. And again, she said to me, well, first you need to know my mother has the distinction of being the first woman to have her own credit line in a casino. Okay? She believes the number on her arm, although she was the only survivor, is her lucky number. She was a dice shooter until 7 years ago. And she was horrified. She said, don't they know the crime that goes with casinos? How do they want to put low income housing next to it? That's exactly who they will separate from their money. We are also aware, my son was the environmental expert on the House Oversight Committee. And he was, don't they know that that piece of property is poisonous? Where are all the papers? And that's it. My
Thank you very
time is up.
much.
No casino.
Okay, hi. My name is Judith Gross. I'm the president of the Eleanor Roosevelt Independent Democrats Club, which has the abbreviation ERID. ERID is the official Democratic Club for Parts B and D of New York State's 74th Assembly District, which includes the neighborhoods in and around the proposed Freedom Plaza site, such as Union Square, Gramercy Park, Flatiron, Kips Bay, Murray Hill, Turtle Bay, and Midtown East. As I said, the 74th includes the proposed Freedom Plaza casino development site, and our neighborhoods would be directly affected by this proposal. With a membership of well over 100 members, on July 21st, ERID members unanimously passed a resolution strongly opposing the plan for the casino, which we have submitted separately via email. The resolution details the reasons for our opposition, which include negative effects on public safety, noise, sanitation, and public transit. It would cause traffic issues, delays in emergency vehicles, and overcongestion of people and vehicles at all hours of the day and night. Our neighborhood simply cannot withstand this additional stress. What our district needs is more affordable housing and parks, schools, yes, but not this casino. Thank you very much.
I am Michael Cohen. I'm a resident of 10003, and I've lived there for most of my life. The thing I would want to say is that I think casinos destroy communities, and where they put the casino, there's going to be a large increase in crime if they put it in that spot. It's in a residential neighborhood. There are a lot of high-rise residential buildings right nearby, and my main concern is that I think it's gonna have a negative effect on youth. Like I think a lot of younger people, or I think a lot of kids, think it'll be a negative influence to have gambling right there, right where they're living, and especially if the pre-K nearby. I know that in New York to have somewhere that serves alcohol, you have to have it in a certain distance from a school. Not around 500 feet. I wonder, someone else talked about schools earlier. Is this going to be more than that distance? And I think that also it's a negative influence on communities because it brings crime to communities and it turns them into, rather than places people live, into just tourist destinations where people can rent a hotel room, gamble, and that's pretty much all they'll do when they stay there. And I think it also, I think that the last thing we want to do in a city with one of the lowest crime rates and violent crime rates in America is to increase crime in that neighborhood. And I think that's the wrong move.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Marr, and I'm proud to stand here not just as a union carpenter, but as a woman in construction who understands what real opportunity means for families like mine. The Freedom Plaza Casino isn't just another development, it's a promise of 17,000 union jobs, including thousands in construction, where our skills and dedication will shape the future of Manhattan's East Side. This project is an investment in all of us. It brings affordable housing, green spaces, and daycare centers, things our communities need to thrive. And it's not only about jobs today, it's about long term careers, training, and stability. For women in the trades, this is a chance to be recognized, respected, and hired. We're not just building casino, we're building equity, inclusion, and a stronger New York. Let's make sure our voices are part of the foundation. Thank you.
We have 58 through 62 line up, please. Oh, 59 through 62.
Hello, my name's Jose Moncayo, council rep with the New York City Carpenters, union workers, middle class workers. 10014. Freedom Plaza is the kind of project we've been waiting for. It's union built from the ground up. 17,000 jobs, like my partner Samantha mentioned, all right? Put our members to work and keep our families fed. It's not just about the casino. It's about everything around it. 2 residential towers with affordable housing, a daycare center, green space, and a museum. It's a full community plan and it's backed by labor. This project also includes a problem gambling resource center, showing real commitment to responsible gaming. Yes, there are problems with gaming, but they're showing commitment to help that. And with local ownership stakes, New Yorkers aren't just spectators, they're stakeholders. We have a chance to build something that benefits everyone. Let's stand together and make Freedom Plaza a reality. Thank you.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Sean Campbell. I'm a council representative in the New York City District Council of Carpenters, also a working man in this city. You could say, oh man, all you want. I've been in this city all my life. So, along with my 10014, 10014, you're welcome. This city is about building opportunities for all, a legacy we can build on. My name is Sean Cameron. I am to represent a proud tradition of African American tradespeople in New York City, and I'm here to support the Freedom Plaza. It is more than just steel and concrete. It is a legacy project. It is a chance to bring real investments into communities that have been overlooked for far too long. This development will create thousands of union jobs for New Yorkers and is backed by 26 labor organizations throughout New York City. This means I have the mic.
Excuse me, please hold your
Don't worry
comments
about it.
and allow everyone the same time and opportunity to speak. If you would like to speak, there's a sign-up table outside.
And we could take it outside after I'm finished too. This development will create thousands of New York jobs for New Yorkers, as I said before, and backed by 26 labor organizations. This means fair wages for New Yorkers, benefits for New Yorkers, and dignity for the workers in New York. Nothing, huh? Okay. But it also means investments, a $5 million annual investments into the community's programs, schools, arts, and housings. That's how you build generational wealth and change. You're not, I got the mic.
No, he has extra time.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, I'm sorry, panel. Real quick, we're not building just a casino. We are building a future for our kids. See us working with pride for our city, where our neighborhoods thrive, where our union stands strong. Let's make Freedom's Plaza reflect the diversity and strength of our city. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
59. It's
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Alice Kenny. I am in zip code 10017, a happy resident of Tudor City. My concern is a simple one. I'm very concerned about the traffic on First Avenue and the access. As you can see, I am, one of the millions of little old ladies currently on canes in New York City, and I'm also a very grateful beneficiary of all the fabulous medical care that's available up and down First Avenue. I've used it 24/7. I've walked from emergency rooms back to Tudor City, and I've been very safe. Now at this point, I'm concerned that just the incredible volume and types of traffic that's going to be available in and out is going to be a serious problem and may impact the ability for others and myself to receive the same fabulous medical care. So thank you. That's my concern.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Robert Linden, 11208, and I represent a coalition of faith leaders tonight from all 5 boroughs. And we have already published a written statement of our support of Freedom Plaza in a city that is struggling with housing. We are in full support of the housing development. When I think about freedom and democracy, I think about responsibility. Freedom calls us to build a city where people can thrive. Democracy calls us to make decisions that lift up the many, not just up the few, not just a particular zip code. Tonight, I urge you to see this project more than a development. It is an opportunity to live out the best of our values, to create homes, to create jobs, and spaces where freedom and community can flourish side by side. Thank you for your respect, and thank you for this opportunity.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dayton Connor, 11208. I come before you today as a young adult and a private citizen of this city. When I look at Freedom Plaza, I don't just see a new development, I see opportunity. Opportunity for people like me who are working hard, who want to build a future, and who want to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. This project is projected to create 17,000 new union jobs. For my generation, that means a pathway to careers that pay fair wages, provide stability, and open the door for advancement. But the impact doesn't stop with jobs. The construction and operation of Freedom Plaza will generate an estimated 3.2 billion in annual economic impact. That kind of growth doesn't just stay on paper. It circulates through our neighborhoods, supports small businesses, strengthen families. And add to that nearly 1 billion in new tax revenue. We are talking about resources that can grow towards schools, parks, housing, and the service of our communities rely on every day. And what encouraged me the most is 56 million committed to workforce and develop partners. That means training, internships, and programs designed to help people, especially young adults like myself, gain the skill and support we have to thrive. So today I stand in support of Freedom Plaza, not just as a building project, but as a bridge to opportunity. It represents jobs for today, growth for tomorrow, and a future that includes all of us. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marty Dolan. I'm a candidate for public advocate in the November election. The way I see it, I've listened to the proposal in Throgs Neck, the one in Queens, the one in Hudson Yards, and I know Yonkers is even looking at getting some of these licenses. I've studied New York for 40 years. My first apartment here was in 10016 at 4 Park Avenue, and now I'm in 10025. So you probably saw me when the elephants were coming through the Midtown Tunnel. So obviously it's a great area. It's a very thoughtful presentation. I think from the city's perspective, the two challenges right now are jobs and the quality of street life. And by that I mean the demise of street life, the demise of shopping, kind of people sitting at home, ordering stuff on the bike lanes. So what I'd like to see more of here is we need to make sure that we're looking at the congestion. I haven't heard enough yet to really be persuaded. It sounds like there's a lot of people coming in here, and especially during the UN General Assembly. I'd like to encourage the group here to ask more questions about that and get some more answers for the community. And then the second thing is whenever you build an open space in New York, you get Amazon trucks and Amazon bikes cutting through the park and kind of zooming in to send you to those emergency rooms that are nearby here. So we need to look more at that, and I look forward to learning more about this proposal and see what happens with it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. 63 through 68, please. 63 through 68.
We're ready for you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Smith. I had something that I was written down, but I'm not say what's on my heart. So I'm from 11208, but I'm a representative of New York City. Um, I understand everybody's concern and complaints about with the casino and how can it stop, like, everybody to talk about the medical things, street life. But I also see an opportunity for people to have jobs. There's a lot of people who graduate out of college and they got degrees. There's no jobs. So what do you do with that? You did 4 years of school, and then there's nothing to there's no work out there. Also, you have the opportunity for housing. Do you know what it is to watch a see where I'm from? You will understand what it is to struggle with affordability. I watched my mother do Avon outside in the street, sell Tupperware, Popular Club, and whatever she could do to keep a roof over my head. And it's hard when you really got to sit here and bust your brain bubble to try to figure out how we gonna eat. There's no stability. Do you understand what it is that without stability, a mother got to work 2 jobs? So that means that's less of an opportunity to spend with their children because they got to work that hard. They really got to come at. They really got to go hard to work, and with that. So even with me as a father with 4 kids, I work 2 jobs. I work for the Board of Ed, and I work also for biking. As big as I am, don't laugh. But I'm just saying, in general, I'm trying to provide for my family.
Thank you very much. Your time.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I apologize.
I am living in zip code 10019, and for more than 15 years, I had business consultancies in the 10017 zip code. My name is Ann Saxon Hirsch, and I am a founder and served as first president of the nonprofit Friends of Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza, the public park on East 47th Street, gateway to the United Nations and home of the Katharine Hepburn Garden. I currently serve as Director of Development and offer this testimony as an individual in the interests of public outdoor space and reinvestment in our community. When I first got word of the proposed casino with a Ferris wheel, I pictured Atlantic City with an amusement park. But as the proposal evolved into an underground casino with world-class public amenities, I attended all the information sessions, from traffic planning to a sustainable landscape. With a front row seat to the work of the world's finest landscape architecture firm, I witnessed the commitment of the Soliev Group to create something extraordinary that no other casino plan offers. Of course, it's the casino that makes 5 acres of public space with all sorts of amenities possible. And Mohegan is the best capitalized operator with a resource and a sense of community. Consider the alternatives. The largest undeveloped acreage in Manhattan will be sold off piecemeal and or developed as an exclusive enclave of luxury towers meeting minimal public land and affordable housing requirements.
Thank you very much. You're at time.
Is number 65 here? All right, we'll take 66 to the microphone, please. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm here on behalf of SEIU Local 32BJ. 32BJ is the largest union of property service workers in the country, representing over 175,000 members across 13 states, tens of thousands of commercial property service workers, security guards, residential, building staff in New York City. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in communities where they build. I'm happy to report that the developer of this proposed project on the housing front has made a credible commitment to prevailing wage jobs for workers who will permanently staff the residential portion of the project. We estimate that this development would allow for the creation of roughly a dozen property service jobs. Good jobs like these mean prevailing wage, meaningful benefits, and a pathway to the middle class for local community members who tend to feel the position. We need more housing to be built in every neighborhood in New York to ensure that working families will not be displaced by dwindling supply or skyrocketing rents. The proposal approved, if granted, would allow for hundreds of residential units with significant numbers of permanent income restricted units for low to middle class individuals. As the cost of living rises and working New Yorkers struggle to stay in their homes, it is more important now than ever to create affordable housing and good jobs which uphold industry standards in the city. For this reason, 32BJ supports Freedom Plaza. Thank you.
Is number 67 here?
I think we're going to number 68. Yeah, there's no 67.
66. Oh, there was no 67.
Okay, yeah.
Cool. Yep, come on up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Reed, 10016. I've been living in this neighborhood since 1977. I have seen incredible changes in this city. People went crazy when Mayor Bloomberg didn't want smoking. People went crazy when the 37th Street was going straight through to New Jersey. People went crazy when Bloomberg wanted little public parks so people could sit down, there'd be flowers. 1. 2, casinos are not sleaze. I can call your attention to Monaco, black tie every night. Macau, black tie. I'm telling you, stop it. Western Connecticut. In the mid 90s, Electric Boat Company shut down their nuclear submarine plant in Groton, Connecticut. 13,000 people were thrown off their jobs. Who hired them? A casino in Western Connecticut. So I went there to talk to the guys, the shuttle bus driver who said, well, you know, it's not a government job, but they take care of us good. The health insurance is good. I can take care of my family. The 70-year-old waitress in the coffee shop was so glad just to be working. The cocktail girls had jobs. They were all coming from Electric Boat, and none of them had to worry about eating anymore. And I went there because in Sullivan County, New York, in Sullivan County, New York, Governor Pataki was stopping the development of any casinos anywhere, and half the people in Sullivan County were on welfare because there was no jobs, and they wouldn't listen to me. 2 years later, I discovered that in the New York Post, Donald Trump had paid Albany $900,000
Thank you very much. You're at
so they
time.
wouldn't do casinos. I love
Thank
this
you.
idea.
All right, can I have 69 through 75, please?
All right. Go back. It's just that back button. That's it.
Just goes, it just goes 2 to 0?
That's it. Yep.
Okay. Those one tabs. Okay, okay.
Don't have to worry about any of this. That's fine. I'll be back in
I will.
3 seconds.
Sure. Did you catch what we said?
Yeah. So you just hit play, and then that button right there sets it back to 2 minutes, but it won't autoplay. So you'll have to hit play again.
Okay.
And I usually just start it when I hear the first words.
Look at this group effort. All right.
Nona Aguilar, an almost lifelong New Yorker, 110, almost all my life there. I am opposed to this. When I first heard about it, I looked up the effects of casinos on neighborhoods and in areas and in places. I won't detail some of the things because a previous speaker spoke about it. I was pretty surprised that the effects are so serious. May I urge you to do your research on that point alone. Secondly, we all treasure, and many times I've taken friends back and forth from the hospital areas. We all treasure being able to get there and get back. It's important. That can save lives. And I'm very concerned about having this facility show up that will be filled with congestion. There will be traffic. It's been talked about. I don't think anybody has seriously researched it. All that I hear is, oh, all the jobs. I'm in favor of jobs, by the way. Oh, all the affordable housing. I like that too. All the nice parks. Oh gosh, I really would like more of that. But we're not looking at how it's going to be delivered. And I'm very concerned about that. And I think there's a lot of very sloppy, non-critical thinking going on here. And I don't support it. So I urge you to, first of all, start researching the effects of having casinos in areas and neighborhoods. The deacon mentioned that Atlantic City has its casinos, but the whole area around them is a blight. There's plenty to find out. Look at, we know the traffic. You can look into that and research that. I urge you to really pay attention to what the people who actually live in the community have to say.
Hi, everyone. It's 10036. I grew up in New York City. I'm a New Yorker. My name is Carmen Sands. I'm a proud member of the Hotel Gammon Trade Council. I am here today to voice my support for the Freedom Plaza proposal. As a union member, I know the value of a union job goes far beyond high wages and good benefits. Union jobs are a lifeline for working New Yorkers and their families. The Freedom Plaza proposal will create over 15,000 jobs, many of which will be permanent. The benefit this project creates for our community are too good to pass. I urge you to please support the Freedom Plaza proposal. As a New Yorker, we need this.
Zip code 10016. My name is Kyle Athiad. I am a born and raised East Sider, and I have lived down the street from this proposal for most of my life. When I was the chair of Manhattan Community Board 6, I met with the Soloviev Group, and I became the first person to oppose this project because it is a cynical repackaging of promises already broken, dressed up in marketing buzzwords like green space, affordable housing, and prosperity. We passed resolutions in opposition to this casino because behind their fancy spin is a truth that we all know. This project is wrong for our neighborhood, wrong for our families, and wrong for the future of East Midtown. Here's the harsh reality. The Soloviev Group has owned this parcel of land for nearly 30 years with previous promises of affordable housing, and they have yet to deliver a single unit despite building luxury apartments across the street. Now they're trying to capitalize on our community's need for affordable housing and open space to force through a casino. It's offensive, it's manipulative, and we shouldn't fall for it. Look at the Barclays Center and Hudson Yards developments as real-time examples of broken promises at the expenses of local community. If the Soloviev Group truly cared about the community, they mentioned 3 generations living in the area, they shouldn't need a casino license to build it up. Holding our community needs in hostage in return for the approval of a casino license reveals what this is really about: profit over people. But this neighborhood belongs to the people, not billionaire real estate developers. We have the power to demand something better and the responsibility to do so. So let's make it known loud and clear tonight. East Midtown is not for sale. We deserve beauty, not blight, vision, not vices, community, not casinos. I thank this committee for your public service. It is a thankless job, but I implore you, do not stand with those who have financial interest in the casino. Instead, I urge you to stand with the community and vote no on the casino. Thank you very much.
Hello. Can you hear me back there? Oh, good? All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm here to talk about a project that New York City is facing today. And it's something that can take us on a very interesting course. I think that this city has changed a lot from the pandemic. We've seen it from crime rate to the cost of rent, to the cost of opening a business, or even living in the city. This project, these points are written, the things that you've spoken about, it's a very large package deal. We're talking about homes, unions. We're also talking about a casino a lot of people aren't happy about. We're talking about developing a piece of land that has been there for a very long time. Now, there are a couple hearings that will determine what we will do with this piece of land. And entirely, it is a decision that should be heard by the community, by the people of New York. And by the way, I am from 10016. I do have a business in Murray Hill, and it's family owned and operated for 35 years. We are very, thank you. We take pride in Murray Hill. I remember being an infant and running up and down the streets. And I still do that. Maybe just a little bit taller, but now I see younger kids and families doing that. We may not agree on exactly how this program or this project should be ruled out or rolled out. If we should have a park, if we should have all these jobs, if we should have 2 luxury apartments or a casino. But it's something we need to figure out. And we cannot do nothing. We cannot leave it untouched. This city is dying. In the last 5 years, the shit that we have been through, a lot of other cities in New York have not, a lot of other cities across America have not seen that. From the increases of cost, we need help wherever we can. This funding will go somewhere else. It will go to another community and other people will get these jobs. So we have to find a middle ground. We can find a middle ground and find something that works for everyone, the people in the community, for the city, for the people that live in the
Thank you
city.
very much
Thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good evening. My name is David Garza. I'm the president and CEO of the Henry Street Settlement, and I'm also here as the executive chair of the Lower East Side Employment Network. Henry Street's mission is to open doors of opportunity for New Yorkers to provide access to important opportunities that come as the direct result of economic development. With our 133-year history on the Lower East Side, we've seen projects come to our part of the neighborhood. Some are hotly contested, some are opposed, some are approved. We know that the distinguishing factor is the level of responsibility of the developer. We also have direct experience recently in my 25 years at the settlement of working with Essex Crossing, which Save Hudson Yards was one of the largest economic development projects in Manhattan. Our commitment there was to make sure that the project launched responsibly and to create a mechanism in the Lower East Side Employment Network that created 8 organizations working together to create a single point of access so that any access to the local jobs could be had by the lowest income, most vulnerable New Yorkers who are also the direct result of disinvestment, lack of opportunity, and oppression. We're grateful that we have a partnership evolving with Mohegan to invest in our community, to invest in our job seekers, to provide training, placement opportunities, thought partnership, collaboration, and access to these jobs. That partnership has already begun. We have visited them on their site. Through our lens of experience, we know a responsible employer when we see one. We understand the culture there, we understand the opportunity there, and we understand what that represents for the job seekers that we work with, which number over 50,000 people a year, every year, for the last 133 years. So we're grateful to be in a collaborative partnership with Mohegan. We do believe they're a responsible developer. We do think, and they have committed to invest in our work so that we can create doors of opportunity, open them, and make something good happen on the other side for job seekers in New York City. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Rabbi Yosef Wilhelm. I'm the rabbi for Chabad Young Professionals on the East Side, representing 7,200 young professionals between the ages of 21 and 40. A bunch of them here. Thank you guys for coming. And as a rabbi, I want to start with a word from the Torah, the Bible. This week's Torah portion says, "Shoiftim v'shoitrim titin l'chal b'chol sherecha." You have to have judges and justice, and you have to have police to enforce the justice. I'm going to say 3 points on that. One, which bothers me tremendously, and I wasn't going to say, but I saw democracy turn into anarchy here in this room. And I didn't see enforcement of the rules that you guys put forward. I saw a lot of people screaming and shouting and booing. That's disrespect. That's democracy turning into anarchy. We need to have justice and enforcement of the justice. And I ask the members of the board to please enforce that justice. It's really bothersome as a rabbi to come into democracy and see it turn into anarchy. It's really bothersome. Point two. Point two is when it comes to justice, we have to make room for all people. I hear people only talking about their position and not thinking about others. The 7,200 young professionals, who are many of them living in Murray Hill, are we creating opportunities for them? Or are we trying to shut out? They should never have an opportunity to live in Manhattan because it's too expensive and we don't want to give them opportunity. And everyone just wants to hold on to their apartment and their value and doesn't want to create job opportunities or growth opportunities for young people in the city. That bothers me. That's not justice. That's people just fighting for themselves, not justice. And three, I want to say that there's nobody who I've found more just to do projects in New York City than the Solvay Group. My good friend who I've come to know, Mr. Michael Hirschman, who cares about justice, as we see from what they've done in the Plaza, and cares about security, which has been a super safe place. And it will only become safer if this project happens. Please make it happen. Thank you.
We get speakers 76 through 80, please. 76 through 80.
Hi, my name is Blima Aaron Choi, and I am the founder and CEO of the Designers Group. We are an interior design firm, and that is why I see firsthand how design shapes the way people feel, connect, and live. What makes the Freedom Tower project so powerful is not just its scale, but the thoughtfulness behind it. This isn't a building designed in isolation. You can see in every detail how the community was considered. The planners and designers listened, they incorporated voices, and created a vision that welcomes everyone. It's inclusive by the jobs it's creating, by the affordable housing component. It's accessible with the parks, with the daycare, and it reflects the diversity that defines our city. When design is done with that level of care, it becomes more than architecture. It becomes a space where people see themselves, where businesses want to invest, and where communities can come together and thrive. That's why I believe that the Freedom Tower, led by the incredible Soloviev Group, should move forward. It is a project that embraces the present and builds for the future, not just as a structure, but as a symbol of connection, resilience, and progress for all. Thank you.
My name is Michael Picarillo. I'm proud to speak today as the Area Standards Director of the New York City District Council of Carpenters. We're the ones that built the high-rise buildings in Murray Hill. We built the condos, we built the apartments, we built the hospitals, we even built the UN. Our mission is to uphold the highest standards of labor, and Freedom Plaza is a shining example of that mission in action. The project is a model of union partnership guaranteeing thousands of good-paying jobs built entirely with union labor. It includes affordable housing, public green space, and a museum dedicated to democracy. It's not just about construction, it's about civic engagement and building a better future. What makes Freedom Plaza truly exceptional is the leadership behind it. Soloviev Group has consistently demonstrated a deep understanding of the importance of union labor, not just as a workforce, but as a foundation for strong, equitable communities. By committing to union labor, Soloviev Group is investing in quality, safety, and fairness, and in skilled tradespeople who make the city run. The benefits for the community are clear: local hiring, career training, and economic empowerment. The project will generate revenue for public services, create green space for families, and offer cultural enrichment through its museum and public programming. What also sets this project apart is its commitment to responsible gambling and community ownership. Residents can have equity in the casino if they choose, a groundbreaking approach that puts power back in the hands of the people. And with the Community Advisory Board guiding reinvestment, we ensure transparency and accountability every step of the way. This is the kind of project that reflects our values and raises the bar for future development in New York City. Thank you very much.
Do we have numbers 78, 79, or 80 out there?
Okay, can we get numbers 80 to 90? Oh, yeah, I can. Well, we used to have a privacy screen, but then I kept. No, it kept on falling out. This is. I mean, this would be helpful for you guys to all see too. Oh, I mean, I'm just gonna send those to you. Some of them you can't tell though. They get started talking and wait a minute.
Hi there, my name is Lindy Duesenberg, and I'm the founder and executive director of DMF Youth, and we proudly serve under-resourced youth in Title I schools and homeless shelters, providing free after-school and summer programs throughout New York City. I have to say first, I am so disappointed and genuinely appalled by what has happened in this room tonight with the lack of respect for every voice. What we teach is life skills and the ability to listen without booing people. If someone did that in my classroom, I would talk to them right away and teach them the skills to act. What we are lacking in this room is emotional regulation and maturity, and it's disappointing. Also, the fact that this project is building this is not anything I was going to talk about, by the way, but this project is building a democracy, museum of democracy. What is happening in this room can only happen because of democracy, including the boos, including the dissent. And in any that is something that we don't have anywhere in the US is a museum of democracy. I am not political. I am absolutely not political, but I will say the care that has gone into this proposal, and I have diligently read, observed, and studied each and every other bid. This is the only one that gives the greatest benefit to the communities we serve. And the thing is, it's going to happen. So I feel like it's my responsibility to support the bid that I feel will have the greatest benefit for the youth and young people that we work for. I can say from personal experience that a family-owned, trusted business, and I have been supported by Soloviev. I have known them for years before this bid was before I was supported, before I even know that they were the developers. They have supported us and brought in nonprofit leaders from the very beginning and listened from the very beginning. So I stand in support of this bid.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Virginia Hill, 110. I'm against this proposal. I'm for affordable housing, and they could have a lot of affordable housing, more than 513 units, if they made that their objective. I'm against gambling, encouraging that addiction, and I know it from firsthand because my father was addicted to gambling, and it was terrible growing up with that kind of addiction surrounding us. And I don't know why anyone would support something that is encouraging. We want jobs, but do we want jobs that are going to ruin families? Are people going to be safe going to a medical facility where people are desperate after they lost all their income gambling? I don't think so. I think this proposal is dangerous. It's not wanted. I'm for change, change for the better, not change for the worse. Thank you.
I'm Mark Schneider. I live right nearby in 10016. I am absolutely against this proposal. I'm all for development. I'm all for the construction jobs that will happen, but a casino just does not belong here. If I wanted to live in Times Square, I would have moved to Times Square. Please don't bring Times Square to us. But what I really want to talk about is a hard look at the traffic that's going to happen. Not currently, look at the traffic. We've got a lot of pedestrians. We've got an orthopedic facility on one corner. We've got NYU's imaging center on the other. We've got school children walking by all the time, well, during to and from school. Where are these 1,500? I think they said 1,500 parking spots. How are those 1,400 parking spots? How are the cars going to get in and out? Everybody you on 41st Street, you can't go through because of the elevation of Tudor City, which means that any car that manages to get into it, if they're coming from the Midtown Tunnel, they're going to have to go up and around and back through 38th Street, which is already, and 37th Street, which is already massively overcrowded with buses standing. I've never seen a casino that doesn't operate with buses coming in and out. Where are those buses going to go? I've already been hit by the bicyclists that come by. This is just going to make things worse. I urge you to do a really close look at the traffic. It's just going to be a disaster. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom. I've lived in 1016 since for 25 years. I've been in Midtown East for since the mid 90s. And I noticed that no one here is saying that gambling and casinos is good. So why do we want I've visited Atlantic City, and once you get off the boardwalk, there's more poverty as it looked as bad to me as anything I've ever seen in New York, including East New York and some of the worst parts of the town. I've been to Las Vegas, and the strip is very shiny and nice. But when you go out into the neighborhoods, it's not the same thing. And all these promises we're hearing are based on all the profits they're going to make from the, people giving up their money voluntarily at the casino. But have they looked this year in the great big bill? Republicans have made gambling a losing proposition, even for the best gamblers. Right now, if you make $1 million and then if you lose $1 million and then you make $1 million, you have to pay taxes on the $1 million instead of just on the net. This is going to make gambling less and less profitable. In addition, more and more people are gambling online. Why would they bother to come to Midtown if they can go to a casino on their couch or at their desk? What's the future of in real life casinos? Is all this money that they're promising to support the community really even exist? It's all based on gambling. Then there's the FDR. We all know it. We all hate it. Do we really want to make it worse? Thank you.
Good. Yeah. Good evening. My name is Michael Harris. I live on the east side overlooking the FDR Drive, and I'm here this evening to support the Freedom Plaza project in full. The fact is that the affordable housing that everybody here has asked for can only be paid for through the revenue generated by the casino, which, quite frankly, I was skeptical of too, until I spent an hour sitting at the Soloviev Group's office, battering them with questions about traffic, about pollution, and listening to what they had to say, and listening to them be grilled for an hour and tell me and explain how the First Avenue bus will not be overloaded, how they're going to run shuttles from Grand Central to avoid overloads on the FDR. The fact is, this was a really, really, really well thought out proposal. Of all of them, it's the best one I've seen. I have been a journalist, I've been a state official, and a community activist for over 20 years. And this is the first time I've ever come out to testify at one of these because of how well this one was put together, how solidly they were able to take criticism, and how they responded. Look at their environmental impact study. If you look at it, you'll clearly see they've taken into consideration the traffic patterns that several people have spoken about. If you reject the casino, you're also rejecting affordable housing. You're also rejecting many of the jobs. This will turn into probably luxury condos and a much smaller development. So please, if you want the jobs, if you want the affordable housing, approve the whole project. Thank you for your time, and I'll submit more in writing.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'd also share it is a little disappointing when people catcall people because they don't live in the neighborhood. Everyone's opinion should be heard and respected, for sure. Gordon 10017. Thank you for letting me share my opinions. I am a current resident of Tudor City and I've owned my property for over 20 years. I was also born in New York City, so the love I have for my city and community runs deep. At first, like many, I did not think New York City needed a casino as the city is unrivaled in its culture and entertainment options. Though as it is clear that licenses will be issued downstate, I look forward to welcoming Freedom Plaza to the neighborhood and believe in totality this will be a win for stakeholders. First, it will make use First, it will make use of a parcel of land that has laid fallow and is a blight. I also am excited to have an entertainment complex with park space and walking distance. I feel this area is an entertainment desert, requiring travel west, downtown, or to Brooklyn for nightlife and events. It would be really cool to be able to walk down the street versus having to travel out of my neighborhood for social activities. Among detractors, I have heard a lot of commentary, for example, that ours is a family neighborhood. It's also a neighborhood for singles who would enjoy having more entertainment options close by. I also think that it is great that the Mohegan tribe will benefit from this new location. I'm all for economic activities that benefit Native American Indian nations. I also would like the potential opportunity to look for part-time hospitality work during retirement where I could walk to work. Regardless of any hypothetical employment opportunities, I still would like the opportunity to visit this multi-billion-dollar development. I'm not naive to the concerns people have around traffic and other issues, so I believe in short the pros outweigh the cons. I look forward to opportunity to visit this beautiful project in the future. Thank you.
Hey, how are you? My name is Yakov. My zip code is 10029. I'm in favor of the Freedom Project. I think it's going to create a lot of opportunities, jobs, and um, uh, for like the hotels, the residential, the affordable housing that they're creating. I also worked in Midtown for like 13, 14 years, and I know that they had issues with congestion, but now the city is charging everyone to come into the city. So I don't think that's gonna be an issue. They're making like $60 million a month off of the congestion traffic that's coming in. But I'm in favor of all these jobs and the opportunity that they're providing to the community.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Emma Wolf. I moved here from Iowa at age 15 with nothing but a modeling contract and a dream of being more. I've lived in Harlem, Newark, Queens, Longfellow Avenue, Bronx, Wall Street, Times Square, and now I live down the street from the proposed project. Let's actually examine Solaviv. They invest in New Yorkers, not fake promises, real cash flow. You may not realize it, but every single week they provide dinner to hundreds of food insecure young professionals. Those who boo the loudest likely do the least. We allow JP Morgan to build the snazziest new building when they are ripping off Americans and sending the jobs to India. This will provide not only public space, but affordable housing and a daycare. I grew up in the bottom 1%, and the saddest fact is that rich white people love to pretend that poor people are incapable of personal choice. Let's give jobs to blue collar individuals without bowing to rich whites pretending to care for those who they disenfranchise in the guise of protecting their neighborhoods. Sorry, I'm allowed to say it, but it's always the rich white folk giggling disrespectfully during people of color speeches and people of poverty speeches who they claim to defend. If you think that this city is not for the people building it, you are sick and selfish. I support the Freedom Plaza, I support the American Dream, and I support this bid. Thank you.
My name is Avi. I live in zip code 10028. Freedom Plaza is more than a development. It's a chance to make New York more livable. It means hundreds of affordable homes so working families can stay in the city. It means a new park and riverfront space where kids can play and neighbors can gather. It means jobs, investment, and real opportunities for the community. What excites me most is that this project isn't just about glass towers, it's about people. It's about giving New Yorkers a place to live, breathe, and thrive. That's why I believe Freedom Plaza is a step forward for all of us.
91 through 100, please.
Thank you. My name is Joseph. I will not say my zip code, as it has been weaponized against those who don't live in the right zip code, as I've seen the last hour sitting here. As a fourth generation New Yorker, who my great grandparents moved here in 1946, I support this proposal. This proposal, while not doesn't have everything great in it, nothing does in this world. It has pros, it has its cons, but the pros clearly outweigh the cons. We need more housing, we need more jobs. Yes, maybe the way it's being done is not the best we want to do it, but otherwise it will not get done. So please support this bid.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Reverend Ambassador Susan Johnson Cook. I'm also on the Faith Advisory Committee for this Freedom Project. When I heard about freedom, I was the U.S. Ambassador for International Religious Freedom, so I was first attracted to the Freedom Museum. But then I had a chance to sit with Mohegan, and I had a chance to sit with Michael Hirschman and Soloviev, and I began to look at the project in depth. I live in 10027, but I was the first female chaplain for the New York City Police Department. And so I have served all the communities and the zip codes that have been represented here. I also was a union member, so I know the importance of union members having opportunities to serve. I am also the head of a minority chamber of commerce, and so this will give opportunities for women, for union workers, and for those who need jobs to have those. It will certainly give opportunities for those to have affordable housing, the opportunity as well. When I'm not here, I lived in the summer in zip code 11963, where the Shinnecock Reservation was. And so I had a chance to sit in on those talks when casinos were coming there, and we worked things out. This is a very well thought out project. Michael Hirschman, Soloviev, Mohegan have thought it through. Yes, New York will have congestion problems, but we ride subways, we take buses, there are shuttles that are going to be provided. We make sure that it works out. I totally, wholeheartedly support this project. I'm here to say that we, as a faith advisor, as also a member of this city who has served this city well, every zip code, I totally support the Freedom Project. Thank you so much for having this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Morel Friedman. I live on the Upper East Side. I'm here to support the project. I did come with a couple of things prepared, but then I just kind of like listening to everybody. I just wanted to bring up the perspective from like the young person coming and trying to make it in the city. It's not easy. I work 16-hour days sometimes just to do it because you kind of like you want to keep with the finance rules of like making enough money with 1 week to pay your rent. And I think a lot of people are here and they're nervous about the effects that things can have on their community, and I get that. I mean, everything's got pros and cons, and everything's going to have a little bit of a negative effect, and we're looking for a bigger positive effect. But I think that coming from a young person working so hard to figure it all out, you guys are maybe just not thinking about it from our perspective. Job opportunities, increased people coming, so small businesses. We're gonna have friends that do have businesses in Muriel, like mom and pop shops that are not big, big chains. They need the people walking by. I mean, I'm starting something of my own right now. And like a huge thing is the more people that walk through, the more money I make. And that allows me to live. And I mean, yes, everyone's concerned about safety, security, and everything else that goes into it. And apparently, after you read the proposal, they're going to do their very, very, very best to make that, like, to minimize that as much as they can, right? But I mean, we need to survive. You guys, whoever's here for a long time, you did grow up in a little bit of a different generation than us. It's harder these days. It's a lot harder. And whatever we can get, whether it's affordable housing, condos that are affordable, I kind of want to buy my own place. And then just the money that's coming in to build up my business and the people's, my friends' businesses around me, it's kind of important. And we would really, really, it'd be great if this could be, go through. And so, yeah, I'm here to support it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Helen Rumpf. I've lived in 10016 for 24 years, which I think makes me a newcomer. And I'm one person, but I share the concerns of the hundreds of people that were lined up outside but never made it into this room and never got their voices heard. I live less than a block from the East River proposed site, a neighborhood that is already busy with the UN hospitals and the tunnel, a neighborhood where I see flocks of school children walking to school every morning, a neighborhood where there is gridlock in every block on every intersection twice a day, and a neighborhood where there are far too many traffic accidents already and people getting killed. Our concerns are shared. The crime related to casinos, the volume of traffic causing safety issues, noise pollution, air pollution, crowding, all of which will negatively impact property values in the neighborhood. People who live in this neighborhood did not move here because we wanted to live in the dead zone next to the Las Vegas Strip. I and my neighbors oppose the casino, and we will remember your votes in November. Thank you.
Hi, panel. My name's Howard Teach. I'm zip code 10028. I had my law offices in 10016 for many years. And I rarely come to testify at things like this, but I felt this was important. I've passed that site. It's a wasteland right now. And the idea of having something that's extraordinary for that piece of land, to have a park, to have the development in the way they're talking about it, the museum is really important, and it can't happen without the casino. Being 96 is a number. You hear a lot of things from the audience that needs to be taken into account in terms of the casino. But on balance, there's no question in my mind that this should go forward. But the one thing that was brought up by somebody who was against it that came up, and I want to talk to that, is the word trust, the people involved. Michael Hirschman, I know from many years, not here, but other projects that he headed up. And he delivers on things and he cares. And it's really important. The one who hasn't been mentioned is Dan Biederman. Dan is someone, of course, I'd represented somebody who had a market in Bryant Park when it was a bad area. I don't know if you remember it then, but it had tremendous crime. It had a lot of other problems. And then Dan came in, kicked my client out actually at the time. And he built something that was extraordinary in that park, the entertainment, the dynamism of it, the restaurants, and built something terrific. But more importantly, he developed a plan, which people probably don't remember, for the development from Bryant Park over to the UN. It was terrible. And he delivered on it. Within 10 years, it was a 10-year plan, he delivered on it. So I have such trust in the people who are involved here that I'm sure they can work out those issues that need to get worked out. And what they're going to do for We on the East Side is
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alice Schneider. I am a born and raised Tudor Cityite and moved back several years ago because it is such a special neighborhood. The neighborhood and those surrounding it do not need a casino. Gambling is predatory. It will not profit the community. It will only bleed dry the poor patrons and fill the pockets of billionaires. This will be a blight on all of our neighborhoods and bring, in my opinion, nothing but despair. And I hope that you will vote against this. I am all for jobs. I am all for affordable housing, but a casino, hell no.
I'm very happy to address this committee. I'm a practicing architect, a long-term resident of Tudor City. I was involved in the landmarking of Tudor City, where the whole entire community came together, and we preserved this wonderful, wonderful community from the destruction that was being planned by the man that owned, the developer that owned all of Tudor City, Harry Hemsley. When we made our presentations and Tudor City became a landmark district, the whole community came together and we've changed everything. The reason I'm so happy to address all of you, I just want to state the points that have not been heard tonight, because all we hear is people that have been bussed in to speak about how much money they'll make being bussed in to do the work. Having a casino in this location would be totally detrimental to the community, to the neighborhood, and to the 2 existing hospitals in the area. Traffic is already terrible along the First Avenue corridor, and this would make it worse. The Tudor City Park would be cast into shadows resulting from the proposed towers. This developer's proposals to have 4 stories of underground parking on a site with contaminated soil. Remember, the soil is contaminated. It's a brown site, and basically to decontaminate this will take forever. It's unrealistic and also irresponsible in an area that has been subject to serious flooding in the past, as in Hurricane Sandy. When we had the hearing last year, they said, okay, we're going to have 4 levels of parking underneath. You remember what happened during Sandy? Imagine those 4 levels of cars and people being totally flooded. For those who lived in the area, who fought very hard to obtain historic preservation for Tudor City and its beautiful parks, placing a casino in this area would be a criminal blow to one of Manhattan's most cherished neighborhoods. Please consider that. Thank you.
Hello, I am Joan Boyle. I live in 10017. And I've been here since I could get in. It was hard, but I've been here now for 3 hours. And I must say, it's deja vu all over again. When I first moved here in the late 80s, and I've lived in Tudor City since then, I'm an owner for the last 20 years. There were hearing after hearing because of Solo, and they were going to build this wonderful project. And we fought back and forth. I went to every hearing. I was so enthused. It was my new start in New York. Moved here from Washington, D.C. Wonderful New York, wonderful Tudor City, historic, wonderful Tudor City. Well, all the promises were there. 2 decades. This trusted person that seeks now to build a casino project here left Wild Kingdom, fat rats crossing First Avenue. That was the reality. Left vacant. And now a casino. I am in total opposition to what this kind of a project would do, but have to applaud the genius of having so many kinds of religious and race and I mean, everybody under the sun has come forward to rave about how great this is going to be for my neighborhood. I have to say, masterful design on the marketing on this.
Hello. Well, perfectly timed because I'm one of the youth who I would say benefits from the religious organizations that are sponsored by Solvayev. I participate in some of the meals that they give youth every Friday. And to those who laughed at that, I suggest asking yourself what you do. To the people that somehow it's a problem to sponsor a religious group. So I'll first address some of the concerns that I've been hearing. Easiest one, the youth are going to be affected negatively by this casino. I'm really sorry for the people who don't know it. If you think the youth are going to be affected by a casino within a 15-block radius of them, go on TikTok, go on Twitter, go see anything, any social media platform today, and you will see hate speech beyond belief that will affect our youth far more. Traffic is the legitimate concern. To the people that I say, or to the people that say, we can't drive, we don't want the FDR more congested, I suggest taking a note from many of your politicians' statements and please take the bus. It's very easy, it's very convenient. And if the FDR becomes too congested, less people will drive on it. What this project is an investment. It's an investment in the youth of this area. You can't tell me that a casino will bring more crime than the thousands of bars in the area. And you also can't paint me a fiction that Midtown Manhattan is a perfect utopia right now. I used to live on 38th and 3rd, and I live in 10017 for the people that it matters in the back. And we had our street heroin addict. We had a guy on our corner who every night I would see him and I would nod, and he would have a needle next to him. You can't tell me that this is a perfect utopia safe community. What you can say about this project is it's an investment in affordable housing. It's a recreational activity for youth who, if you want to be addicted to gambling, all you need is a cell phone. This is an investment in our community, and I suggest you think about that.
Thank you very much. We're looking for speakers 101 to 110, please.
Good evening. My name's Phyllis. I live in 10009 Stuyvesant Town, local community, also very family oriented. I really don't have anything that you probably haven't heard already to say. I support the project, and I just came to say that I too think that the pros outweigh the cons. Right now, we have an empty lot that's been there for 20 years. I've lived in Stuytown for 30 years. I have 4 children. I think that the proposal offers only positives. And I don't even agree with all the ridiculous stereotyping that I've heard about the casino itself. I love the Mohegan Sun. My husband and I go there frequently with friends. We go to Atlantic City, we go to Vegas. We enjoy going to casinos. We're not compulsive gamblers. We're not criminals. The fact is that everyone agrees, at least everyone in my circle agrees, that Mohegan Sun is the nicest of all of the casinos. And that's really what got me involved in this project to begin with. And I find it very telling that people have spoken in favor of it from the city of Norwich, which is where the Mohegan Sun Casino is located. And I think if the people in that community find that it's so positive and has had such a positive effect on the residents of their community that they're supporting this one, I feel that you, as members of people who will be passing judgment on this, should really take that into account, because I think it speaks volumes. And I think that it's, from my experience at the Mohegan Sun, it's safe, it's clean, and it's just fun and pure entertainment. And I think that that would be a welcome addition, especially given all of the other perks we're going to get in the area. Thank you very much.
Is 102 out there? If not, 103, come on over to the microphone. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeffrey Sayage. I do not live in the district. I am a representative of Black Pearl Investment, one of the many financiers for this project. I come here today and I've honestly changed my entire speech, because after hearing all of you, 100 of you, my firm, after speaking with my senior partners, is ready and willing to commit and help with your concerns regarding traffic and congestion by committing here today, and you can hold me accountable for this, upwards to 10 billion US dollars in assisting and helping the state of New York by completing the 2nd Avenue subway station, by easing congestion and helping the people and the residents get from uptown to downtown. Other than that, this particular project, obviously, as you've heard, helps and assists many of those local and non-local by creating many thousands of jobs, economic opportunity, and along with the genius opportunity that Mr. Hirschman and his team are giving by giving a community give back program. Your communities are going to make money. It's going to help fund your schools, fund your parks, fund any existing project that the city and the state aren't doing. So I want to say thank you very much for your time and good luck to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eric Schwartz. I live in 10016 and have for the last 25 years. I'd like to talk a little bit about what I think are some deceptive marketing practices that developers employing. They're spending a lot of money being very, and coached carefully to promote the project in the most positive way. The thing that they're very quiet about while bombarding people with ads that they send to folks in the community and in our online brochure is that they rarely mention that the real engine of this whole project is a casino. They're so aware of the opposition to a casino that they sanitize it by referring to it as gaming. In fact, the word gaming is rarely mentioned. Why is that? Well, it's probably because their PR people have told them no one wants a casino in their neighborhood. So what do? They create a well-financed sales pitch and tout all the good things that no one would be opposed to. The jobs, the affordable housing, the cash contributions to the community, and the proposed green space. But they're all just Trojan horses to get the project approved. They even went so far as to conduct a poll asking the public how they felt about it. And then they put out a press release claiming that there was overwhelming support for this project from Manhattan East Side residents. I worked in media sales for 25 years and know well you can design a research survey to be built in to guarantee the results you want. So I read the survey and it did not pass the smell test. I sent it to an expert in research and gave him no other information and wanted his opinion on it. And this is what he sent back to me. I reviewed the survey in full and it is clearly designed to lean toward approving the project. The questions are biased. It lists all the benefits and none of the drawbacks. The questions framing make it obvious that the research firm's intent is to generate support for the plan and not a neutral opinion. All the people here talking about affordability and opportunity, and I appreciate that, don't see the irony that the developers are using their money and power to manipulate the public to get their way, and doing it with no regard for the folks in the neighborhood whose quality of life is going to be disrupted. Thank you.
Just show your number.
Thank you. Hi, number 109. My name is Erica Bach, and I live in Tudor City, 10017. I've lived there for 22 years. I have raised a family there, and I work at NYU Hospital at the Langone Center. So for the past 22 years, I have walked up and down First Avenue from 43rd Street to 32nd Street every morning and every evening. And I can tell you it's not a very nice strip of street. There's not a lot there between 43rd until you get to 36th Street. I would like to see the land that the casino is supposed to develop. I would like to see that not an open and what am I trying to say? Not just sort of a hole in the ground, but I think that having the casino there is absolutely the wrong way to do it. You've already heard how we know that, casinos bring in, corruption, they bring in prostitution, they bring in drugs. There have been studies on this, and I don't want that in my neighborhood. When my son was growing up in our neighborhood, as most of the kids in Tudor City do, they go around by themselves. All kids in New York City go to school by themselves for the 6th grade. That means that they can wander around that whole sort of development. And I don't think that's a good place. But the one thing that you guys have not heard enough about are the buses. We do not have a subway. We take the M15 up First Avenue and down Second Avenue. It already sucks because of the Midtown Tunnel, and it's absolutely impassable during the UN General Assembly. So I think that you really need to figure out whether buses are going to be able to go up and down First Avenue when you have hundreds and hundreds of parking spaces for cars to come in. Our quality of life will go into the crapper. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carol King Salixon. I was born 75 years ago in 10028. I grew up in 10021, and now I live in 10017. I have seen development in this city more than almost anybody else in this room by virtue of my age. And I've studied development all over the country. I owned affordable housing. You don't need a casino to create jobs. There are jobs created all over the country and in the city without a casino. You don't need a casino to create affordable housing. There are affordable housing projects all over the country without casinos. You don't need a casino for any of the things that are promised, parks, etc., that this project is promising. You don't need a casino for any of that. We should be able to have all of that without the casino.
Speakers 111 to 120, please. 111 to 120.
Good evening. My name is Reed Richter. I was born and raised and currently live in Tudor City. For many years, I called Washington State home, where I built a career in casino management and consulting. I've also had an ownership stake in 2 casinos, both bought out of bankruptcy and brought back to life. And for good measure, I've played poker professionally and written a book on making a living from the game. So when I say I know the business, that's what I mean. I've seen every single angle from the poker table to the boardroom. I don't have any moral opposition to gambling itself, and I don't think the industry is inherently evil. But here's the thing, precisely because I know the industry so well, I want to be crystal clear. I do not want a casino in our neighborhood. I could stand here all night sharing stories, but I'll focus on what matters most. The truth is, every casino I've ever been involved with, whether as an owner, a manager, or a customer, has one thing in common, what I'll call degeneracy. Most people come in, they play a little, go home. But it's a small minority who stick around, and they're not just there to gamble. They prey on the other customers via means of handouts, loans, prostitution, or theft. This isn't the stuff of organized crime movies. It's just what happens when you create a space with fast cash, human fragility, and gambling addiction collide. As a casino manager, I got used to reading the newspaper and seeing my customers' names pop up in courtroom stories. I got used to the local police stopping by my office with photos of the people they wanted to question, people I recognized and knew from the casino floor. These things don't disappear if you don't have a casino.
Thank you very much. We're at time.
Oh, well.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the committee, neighbors, and guests. My name is Jeannie Kisford. I live in 10016, just a couple blocks from here. I've been here since 1976. And I want to be clear, I'm not here to oppose development. Most of us would welcome thoughtful investment that revitalizes this neighborhood. What we oppose is the casino. This is a historic community, and let's be honest, the name Freedom Plaza is marketing, not meaning. It suggests that opposing this project somehow makes us opposed to freedom itself, as if we're not patriots if we don't buy in. We see right through that game. Casinos don't bring freedom, they bring dependence on debt, on chance, on losses disguised as entertainment. Real freedom is having safe streets, thriving schools, small businesses that grow, and a neighborhood where families can flourish. The casino component does none of that. It doesn't create wealth, it redistributes it upward. It doesn't stabilize households, it destabilizes them. And it doesn't revitalize, it exploits. So, yes, let's have development, let's have progress, but let's not mistake a slot machine for a foundation. This neighborhood isn't against building, we're just against being played. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Robinson. I live in 10017. I am a big union supporter, and I would encourage the unions who came out in great force tonight to get with the Solviev group and discuss with them how to build parks affordable housing, uh, some sort of a museum. I'm not sure what a museum of democracy is in this day and age, but something there without the casino. It's all possible. The Soviets have controlled that site for many years, and the casino component has been voted down for many years. Their marketing has been uh, expansive, expensive, and brilliant. I would also look at their proposal of what they are giving back to the community. I'd like to know if the money they're giving back is from gross receipts or net receipts. Net receipts means all of their expenses will be taken out before anything is given back to the community. So let's study those numbers because it's very, very important. The last thing I want to say is from what I understand, and I'm not an expert, the upstate casinos have been doing much more poorly than was expected. And I know the casino in downtown Chicago has had the same problem. So let's have a great project with union workers and no casino. Thank you.
My name is Katie Homans. I live in 10017, and I also would like to sincerely oppose this project for all the reasons that many people have mentioned much more articulately than I can. But we really don't want a casino in this neighborhood. We want unions, we want a park, we want our children to be free, we want all the good things, but a casino is not one of them. So please, please oppose this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Isla Eckhoff. I live in 10016. I was married to a union guy for a very long time till he passed away, so I'm all for pro-union, pro-jobs, and certainly to develop what has been an empty plot for I don't know how many decades. I've lived in the neighborhood since 2013. We all want all the positives that are in this project, but none of us who live in this neighborhood want a casino a block away from where we are. None of us. We're all for all the positive elements. It's just the casino that we take issue with. So please vote against this. And think about, would you want a casino a block away from where you live? Because I know I don't.
I live in 10016. The casino in question is proposed for the end of an extremely quiet block that me and Isla live on. I arrived here before 5 p.m. I am the 121st speaker, meaning not a single person who's spoken here today had to work past 5 p.m. I waited outside for an hour, and when I arrived, it was to empty seats. All along, there's been a lot of room in this auditorium. So why were the working people of this community kept out? How many residents turned away after an hour in line or left after receiving a number that was 2 or 3 hours from then? A neighbor told me that she was waiting outside since 3 p.m., but watched a large group of people in suits get let ahead of her and other community members waiting to speak. I say this so that you understand the majority of working people who would speak today have not gotten to do so that people brought in by the developer could speak instead. There are casinos being proposed at Times Square and Javits Center. These sites would not change the character of those areas the way that one would change Kips Bay, Murray Hill, with no subway for half a mile. Times Square, where the generous offer to subsidize the 2nd Avenue subway would actually be carrying residents to. Let the unions build a casino and provide those jobs there. Casinos in residential areas consistently make money, not just from tourism, but from the emptied retirement funds of their residents. We know how quiet this neighborhood is. I walk home at any hour of night, secure in the knowledge that I live in a safe area and I'm not going to be disturbed. I do not instead want to walk home through distraught, drunk people trying to find the subway after they've lost their life savings. We all know how disruptive the UN General Assembly is to the area. Imagine that disruption every day, 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day on your block where you live, where I hear of even a single noisy car, I can hear inside my apartment. We will take actual affordable housing. We will take a park. Mixed use residences on 3 blocks would be lucrative enough. They do not need the blight of a casino to bring development to that land. Thank you.
Can I please have the remaining speakers line up? It should be 120 to 132.
My name is Elizabeth Safran. I'm a third generation New Yorker on my dad's side, second on my mom's side. I live in 10010, right within the blast radius of where the construction of the casino would impact the quality of life. For me, my son, who's sitting over there, my neighbors, many of which who have been here, some I've seen in here, some I saw outside. And so, of course, I'm against this development because I would be, my people, my community, the people I love would be negatively impacted. Now, I understand that it would create jobs. I understand there's an economic upside, but I do not welcome that upside at the expense of my life and the people that I care about. So, as it goes in New York, when something tremendous is built, there's always a downside where people suffer, right? Look at Robert Moses and the power broker. If you look at the history of New York, when things are built, people are displaced. And the reason why the people in my zip code are so passionate about this is because we don't want to be those displaced people, because we are the original benefits of affordable housing. I live in Mitchell-Lama housing. My dad was went on strike with the teachers union in the 60s to get a livable pension. So we are not rich people. We are not buying condos. We are not going to be the benefits of black tie, luxury stuff. We are the middle class, what's left of it in this neighborhood. And we want to preserve our neighborhood. We don't want pollution. I live right off the FDR Drive, 25th Street. They built a campus for Baruch. Great idea. But now 25th Street doesn't go through. So at 2 a.m, when there's people partying and it gets backed up, they lay on their horns, not thinking that people actually live there. They've woken up my son. I've had to get soundproof windows and we can still hear it. So please consider the human element for the families and especially the older people who utilize those hospitals. I took my dad to the emergency room at NYU and Bellevue. How many people have to die? So
Thank you
future
very much for that
generations.
time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Cat Valero. I'm in 110 zip code, which is Kips Bay, Murray Hill. I'm here not only representing a resident of the area, but as a recent community board member of Community Board 6. I have been hearing echoes of tension in this community since I started in May with 2 full board meetings of contention. Neighbors are emotional. There's been a lot of discourse about this particular issue because it's layered. It has to do with a whole host of issues that you are now in charge of making a decision that is going to have long-term effects. Housing is a #1 issue in this community. So is unemployment. And it's a serial job seeker who is currently unemployed and is of a youth perspective. You need to consider that in this decision. A casino is not going to rid those wrongs. I am not in favor of this proposal because there have been other proposals excluding a casino for many years regarding this particular lot of land that have gone unanswered or have atrophied. And community board members have been vocal about them and nothing has been done. But the New York Gaming Commission puts an agenda forward for 3 casinos downstate to be expeditedly considered. And now all of a sudden, now there's some momentum and interest in building up this particular plot of land. And my question is why? These concerns are valid. The emotions of the community board members both for and against need to be heard, but there needs to be more time. And these public hearings, there needs to be more consideration and bandwidth for more time so that people's voices
Thank you
can
very
be
much.
heard.
You're at time. Thank you. Again, any remaining speakers, please line up.
Hi, my name is Ellen Berliner and I live in 10016. I've heard everything tonight, but one thing has not been brought up. 34th Street is now going to be just buses. It's going to be exactly like 14th Street. So what's going to happen is all the overflow of the traffic is going to be on our streets now. This is, I think, why did we put congestion pricing in? Because the area is already congested. So you're going to bring buses, you're going to bring shuttles from Grand Central and make it more congested. Can you try to go from the east side to the west side? You can't go there. The other day I had to wait 3 lights to be able to cross 39th Street. That's how bad the traffic in the area is. And you're only going to bring in, besides all the negatives that we've heard tonight. I mean, I volunteer at NYU. It's hard to even cross the street getting there now. What are you going to bring in more traffic? How is it going to help the community? I'm for jobs. I'm for the unions. I'm for housing. I'm for all of the positives. We don't need a casino to add to our congestion. Please vote no.
Can you please state your speaker number?
127.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marka. I was born and raised in Queens. I've been living in Manhattan for a few years now. So far, I kind of like it. But I'm here to voice my opposition to the casino specifically because casinos as a business model is all about blood money. Like the whole point of a casino is that you're taking money from desperate people who are trying to get more money to follow their dreams and do whatever it is that they want to, but the house always wins. Like the casino would not be a profitable business model if it didn't work in succeeding, taking money from people through manipulative means, through encouraging addiction. I mean, isn't it even true that like a lot of casinos, like they purposely like have like no clocks, no windows, nothing to like basically like keep you there as long as possible? Like all of that is going to have terrible downstream effects for those of us who live here and who want to continue living here because it's nice living here so far. And I think there's a way to get all of the positive effects of the development without the casino part specifically. That is only going to make everything worse. Like, why are we on purpose trying to make Midtown East worse instead of better by considering a casino in the first place? Thank you.
Can you please state your speaker number?
128. My name is Chris Sale, 10017. As a licensed architect and Tudor City resident for over 15 years, the requested zoning variance is a wildly inappropriate scale and use for the site, directly bordering a historic district and residential neighborhood. Many of my working friends and neighbors and parents could not be here tonight, the day before a holiday weekend, and wait 2 hours to speak. It is clear that the flashy plan was hastily assembled. It is not possible to assemble a well-developed and well-thought-out plan in the time frame of the most recent revision. The supposed benefits of the community are reparations for the very issues that the proposed casino development creates. As many speakers have mentioned, the developers of the site have been long-term owners of the site and are poor stewards of the site and poor neighbors of the community. I hope that you can easily see through the thinly veiled performative attempts, such as the Field of Light, the Path to Freedom, and the Museum to Democracy, to score marketing points. As a volunteer board member of Tudor City Greens, Soloviev has attempted to bribe and invite members of the incorrectly named Turtle City Greens to receptions. What an embarrassment. The development will not bring the kind of prosperity it claims to bring. Look at struggling Atlantic City and oversaturation of luxury retailers elsewhere in the city. I'm pro-development of the site. All the benefits that have been advocated this evening can be achieved with the responsible development,
Thank you
including a
very much. You're
previously
at time.
approved
Thank
plan.
you.
Sure. Speaker number 129.
Have the room until 9 o'clock. And if there's anyone who would like to sign up to speak, they can do so now, who has not had the opportunity yet. Sorry, please go.
My name is Alice Key of 10016, and I'm here tonight not only as a resident, but as a homeowner in Murray Hill that does oppose the Freedom Plaza proposal. My decision to invest in a home here was because of its safe, family-friendly nature and this residential neighborhood whose fundamental characteristics are at major risk with the proposal of this development project. As we're all aware, this proposal includes not only the casino, but affordable housing and a public park and so on and so forth. And as much as I understand the potential value that these facilities bring the city and the benefits that these would bring to our union workers and nonprofits that we've heard speak here tonight, I cannot in good conscience support this project in its entirety, knowing the lifetime costs that severely outweigh the short-term benefits. Those of us who live in Murray Hill and in the areas along the east side are well aware of the significant traffic flow and noise in this area from the experiences from the Queens and Midtown Tunnel, FDR Access, and the nearby hospital complexes. The casino from this proposal would bring an unprecedented number of vehicles and congestion and adding an immense burden to the already strained infrastructure and excessive noise. Furthermore, the commonly touted benefits of this proposal come from increased revenue from tourism and commercial activity. And while other parts of New York City may support the density of restaurants and nightlife and tourism that a casino attracts, our neighborhood does not. The very lack of such commercial saturation and the residential family-friendly nature is exactly why people choose to live here. And last but not least, of course, as a homeowner, I'm concerned about the decline in property values. Research shows that casinos typically reduce nearby home values by up to 10%, with properties in the closest proximity being the most vulnerable. This proposal says that the community will have the potential stake in the project, but for homeowners like myself who have already invested in this community, this proposal represents a major financial setback. The residents of this community deserve development projects that strengthen livability, not ones that undermine it. Thank you for your time and for considering the voices of the residents of this neighborhood most directly impacted by this proposal.
Marshall Wise, 10016. We've heard a lot from the developers about the positives. They don't talk about the negatives. So while casinos promise jobs and economic revitalization, research from 2022 indicated that socioeconomic improvements for disadvantaged communities and urban areas are often short-lived and modest. Also, many of the jobs created by casinos are low-paying, unskilled positions, and the net employment effect can be minimal if new hires are drawn from existing local businesses rather than from the unemployed. Also, there's an issue with casinos having their own restaurants, retail shops, entertainment, which often cannibalizes with local businesses and cannibalizes the revenues. An analysis of urban casinos in 2022 found that they can negatively affect the housing values of nearby residential communities, as we've heard. This can drive up nearby rents, pushing out existing and small businesses. Of course, there's a higher crime rate. The increased foot traffic and opportunities for theft can lead to a rise in crime, including petty theft, disorderly conduct, and public intoxication. Of course, we've heard about traffic congestion. I won't talk about that. The problem also is increasing of problem gambling. and the increasing accessibility to casinos in urban areas can lead to higher crime rates with severe consequences for individuals, families, and the community, including economic distress and oops, and taxes. Now, the one other thing, the fact that we have I'm out of time. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the first thing I'll say is this man here has declared war on my community right here. You have declared war on my community. So just to be clear what's going on, who is the most valuable license in the history of New York City going to? Who is it going to? It's going to Stefan Soloviv. Who is he? According to his own words, he's a grain farmer, right? He's a grain farmer that owns 700,000 acres of land. Okay. Then when you go to Forbes and read about him, it says he lives in Delray Beach. We all know that there are no grain farms in Delray Beach. So how does a man that lives in Delray Beach, okay, own all this land and is a grain farmer? Okay. He is a tax cheat. You are going to award the most valuable license in the history of the state and city to someone that will not pay personal income tax to the city and state on the billions of dollars in profits. 4.2 billion in net revenue in year 10. Okay. So there's going to be billions of dollars a year in profits, and he's not going to pay any of that money in personal income tax to the city and state. So, sir, where does your boss live? Where's his legal residence? Where does your boss live? No, I can ask him a question. He's the CEO.
No, please speak to the committee.
Where does Stefan Soloviv live? Because if he lives in Florida, he's a tax cheat, and all the money he's going to make on this casino is not going to be used to clean up the collateral damage of the casino in our residential community. So all of you need to get him to answer where he's paying taxes, okay? Because if we're going to award a casino to somebody, it should be someone that is going to pay city and state taxes to clean up the catastrophes that will be caused. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. And thank you for listening. And I'll just say, the lawsuits will
Thank
start
you very
coming.
much. You're out of time. Thank you.
My name is Monique Marion. I'm a resident, I'm a shareholder of 10017. I am a architect and I work in high performance building design specialist and in large infrastructure projects for the Port Authority and Department of Homeland Security. A couple of things I wanted to bring up, which were the impacts of the casino that will have for the city's own kind of goals with resiliency. Local Law 97, Local Law 88, 92, and 94. Look, these buildings have use a tremendous amount of energy. And if we're trying to improve our carbon footprint, this is probably the opposite way in which you want to go. The site is an active brownfield that has been under the ownership or under the developer's ownership since 1999. They applied with the DEP in 2004 and yet still have not made a single efforts to remediate the land. Furthermore, because of the explosions that happened in the Con Ed building prior, remediating a brownfield of that scale is going to be very, very negatively impacting the community's light, air quality, and water quality, as well as the structures that support the buildings surrounding. Another issue, so with Local Law 97, the casinos do not meet any of the requirements per the regulation, as well. So my question is, how are they going to pay for it? Are they going to buy their way through with RECs? Well, that's not really contributing to the 2050 plan that we have for the city now, is it? The other issue is security. We have a major national security by having a casino there because the police, the NYPD, and a number of government agencies use that field as a surveillance area during the United Nations General Assembly. Furthermore, there's a school not too far, United Nations International School, where you will also have children there. So my question is it really good to bring
Thank
drug
you very
dealers
much
to
for your time. Thank you.
Hi, John Marr, 10016. First, I'd just like to acknowledge the people in the audience. I've watched this little event here tonight, and we've seen a lot of political discourse over the last few years not be so pleasant. And I have to say that while there are a lot of emotions on both sides here, you guys have been really quite honorable in how you've described your positions. Second, I am a resident. I live only 6 blocks from the site, and I live east of Second Avenue, and I think that's important because if you live east of Sixth Avenue and you have to deal with First Avenue, you understand what I'm talking about. We have a canyon of public buildings from the VA hospital to Bellevue to the school, which actually blocks out any residents from using the waterfront, to NYU Hospital, to the men's shelter, which actually is also a drop-off center for Rikers. So the people that talk about crime, homelessness, vagrancy, drugs, and all the other things I see on my block every single day. And I moved here 22 years ago. I raised my family here. And in fact, when I bought my house, the police told me not to even do it because of how bad things were. I've had a wonderful time because I have great neighbors, but I've also had a lot of difficulty. And for me to stand here and say that this is anything but a creative and an improvement to what is currently a very, very difficult problem, I would have to say I'm totally in favor for this, and I would urge you to consider the rest of the neighborhood that's south on First Avenue and the improvement that this will make to the corridor therein. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Noam. I live in 10017 in Tudor City, and I would like to speak as a parent. My children are 8 and 11, and my 8-year-old doesn't walk to school yet. He still takes the bus, but sometimes he goes back with his nanny, and my daughter walks past that area every day. And I think of what comes with casinos. I think of prostitution. I think of bros being happy and drunk. I think of people who are not bros, who are happy and or sad and drunk. I think of drug use. And as a gentleman before me said, we have problems in our neighborhood because there's a VA hospital, there's a regular hospital, this will just compound it. I fear for my children's safety as they walk past this space. And I beg you to please consider that when you think whether you want to have a casino with all the troubles and everything that comes along with it. There's a reason why there's a strip in Las Vegas that's not in a residential area, why the boardwalk in Atlantic City is not a residential area, why there's always resort hotel casinos, but never neighborhood casinos. Please, for the safety of my kids, don't allow this to happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christopher Kelly. I'm a 35-year resident of Tudor City. I simply can't think of any good that will come from a casino. You're all supposed to be public officials representing we the people. Please listen to we the people. This is not good for us or this city. Vote no. Thank you.
Did we have anyone else who would like to speak this evening? Who would like to sign up, please? Yeah, you need to sign up and get a number. It's just outside the door.
Yeah, it's right outside.
And while they're doing that, we just want to reiterate that we want to hear everyone's comments. If you weren't able to speak tonight, or you know someone who wasn't able to, you can submit written comments. We receive them all. We receive every single email. We get to read it. So please don't feel your voice isn't being heard, regardless of which side you're on. We want to know what the community thinks. We can. Oh, we have our next person already. Great.
Good evening, Juan Nunez here, zip code 10017. I'm a resident of Tudor City and an active member of the Tudor City Greens. I am on the board of the parks and volunteer my time on a weekly basis, trying to keep our parks in our neighborhood looking nice and just focusing on the community aspect of our cherished neighborhood. Um, I question the um, the value of a property development in our neighborhood that is going to include a casino. I find it a little strange that a casino is required for whatever reason to have this site developed on. It's also a little strange to me that the casino, for whatever reason, is in the basement. It's almost as if uh, trying to put a blanket over something that is a little nefarious, a little seedy, a little in the shadows. Um, I'm all about parks, land, space, community being out and about. And I'm really concerned about the unintended consequences or the sort of uh, um, spillover, if you will, that may result as a result of a casino being in place. Um, it'll impact not only the direct surrounding neighborhood, but also spill out to the greater area, parts of Murray Hill, out to Grand Central, north to Turtle Bay. Um, there to me is a vision of individuals who will just spill out um, and cause disruption in a way that I don't think is welcoming for neighborhood life. As was stated by some other individuals here today, casinos, typically you'll find them in zones, not in neighborhoods. They're not zoned for neighborhoods. Please don't make the mistake of placing a casino in the heart of a gem of a neighborhood, little pockets of neighborhood that we've got in Midtown East. There's not very much neighborhood, but for those of us who do live there, it's important. We welcome community housing. We welcome more people. We welcome community. Casino does not equal community. Thank you.
And
Number
we'll take
139.
or did you want? I was going to say we could take a 5-minute recess if there are more people who would like to speak. Do we? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just need to have my notes. Hi, Christine T, zip 16. I've lived in the neighborhood for 29 years. My daughter has enjoyed the parks. A major problem in New York City has become sunlight. It has not been addressed, and it's something our children need sunlight. It's just a fact. And I'm concerned about that. The traffic on 38th, my husband commutes to and from work, works in Brooklyn. On 38th Street, already because of the ambulatory center, that's already a log jam. Cannot get through, plus the Midtown Tunnel. And with the UN, you already can't move. How I just cannot fathom how this can be anything that can even be entertained for more than a second and saying absolutely no. And the safety. I have a 20-year-old daughter now. Her and her friends walk around the neighborhood because they feel safe. Absolutely, positively no if this casino is here. And I will consider moving from the neighborhood. I've been defending our neighborhood, saying it's safe, it's beautiful, it has a park. Well, that's pretty much shot if this casino comes here. I am completely horrified, and I don't see anything positive coming from a basement casino and a 1,000-room hotel with an infrastructure of Manhattan that cannot even deal with who is already here, addition to the hospitals and the ambulances. Absolutely not. Please do not let this go through.
And do we have anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, and if people would like to speak, after that they can. as we have no more. As we have no more individuals wishing to speak, we will adjourn this public hearing for the Freedom Plaza Community Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.